Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuhu.
Wa alaikum salam wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
Long
Salawat,
time
brother.
it's been Jinx.
Lam narakun muntu muthat.
Subhanallah. How you been, brother Islam? MashaAllah, I've seen
Alhamdulillah.
you so many places, and MashaAllah, it's been a pleasure to see you in on different podcasts.
Yeah, I popped up in a bunch of different places. I was on Hamza's Den once. I'll be back there on Friday, I think, inshallah. Unless I may be going to Imperial College to talk to the students there. I'm not sure. So we'll see on that one. Yeah, and I was on Ali Dawa's thing. I've been sort of popping up on different people's channels. Still zero content on my own channel.
You know what? I feel like we suffer from the same thing. I have about 200 hours of live content, and I have 3 videos on my channel.
Yeah. I need to do something about that, but I'll wait until I've made Hijra, inshallah, after Ramadan. That'll be the time to go hard, inshallah.
Yeah, I mean, we need Cogent Faith up and running because you have so much content out there, and all of it is such good content.
Alhamdulillah. Well, I mean, it's barely even scratched the surface of the stuff I want to do. Is some really killer videos, on various different sort of key figures and key arguments and things. But there's one thing is sort of the more, I wouldn't say highbrow necessarily, but the more sort of academic, side of discussions. There's on the sort of philosophical and physics front and stuff like that. But there's also a whole bunch of stuff about the kind of tactics and strategies that are used by sort of mid-tier to F-tier atheist debaters. And I want to do a whole sort of, deep dive on that because there's some really consistent patterns coming up. And, it's almost, I'm not sure whether to talk about it in terms of that type of debater or basically tactics of the shaitan, because that's who's fooling them and making them think these are reasonable positions to take.
Either or, it's really, really good. Because
well, go on.
Because I mean, obviously, I'm not as well versed as you are. I talk to my fair share of atheists, but even if you approach it from a core epistemological perspective, it kind of clicks in your head, because the way I look at it is that one of the things that differentiates Islam from everything else is Islam kind of teaches you how to think. It kind of like straightens out your epistemology. It straightens out your axioms.
It literally provides you a detailed epistemology and ontology. Yeah.
Exactly. And subhanAllah, and this is why I think that's what you just brought up. It's so amazing, because no matter which aspect you look at it from, there's so many learnings to take from it.
This is one of the things that's been really frustrating me. So, for example, last night I was on TikTok. There were some people on there, just having some random discussions and things. And there's these, atheists who, they seem to have this view of how science and how physics works, as if like you do an experiment and it gives a true or false answer. And, now we know that this is a fact, where this is some ontological claim about what exists out there, rather than this pattern works in these conditions under these scenarios. And so you have to get a certain level in physics to understand that it's just modeling, it's just descriptive. Right, that's all it can do, and why those limits work, and how does math and logic relate to experiments in order to furnish proof, right? All this stuff, and these people just don't understand it. They just don't. So they think there's a massive gulf between the kind of belief in XYZ that a religious person has, and the kind of belief in XYZ that a naturalist physicalist has. And there isn't really a huge gulf. What there is if something's labeled as science and if something is labeled as religion, there's a free license in the European framework to just apply straight up double standards. And that's really what it comes down to.
Enlightenment.
Yeah. Well, I mean, it was enlightenment for them because they were being freed from the church dogma and the Aristotelian foundation they weren't allowed to shift away from, but they were enlightened by imbibing the produce of the Islamic golden era.
Yep.
That's what enlightenment. and then they made a hash of it.
Mhm.
Um,
I actually did I did an entire stream on phase one of this,
mhm,
in which I took up I started with the Reformation, and then I linked the Reformation with Francis Bacon,
mhm,
and how three of the key figures and players in this were Francis Bacon, Machiavelli,
mhm.
and Descartes.
Yeah.
And all of them were contemporaneous,
Mhm, mhm.
and they followed a very similar thought pattern in the fields that they were working in.
Yeah, yeah, they did. And I mean, Descartes in particular is quite an interesting one because of his philosophy of skepticism, and then the way that sort of grew legs and got wielded by other people, which
Yeah.
is actually something remarkably different. But a lot of sort of people treat him as a foundation, and I think a lot of people also don't appreciate that concurrently he had a huge impact in geometry and how people understand geometry. And that led to a big misunderstanding of the development of sort of the connection between algebra and geometry, and also sort of the connection between geometry and the real world, because it became the way things were taught in Europe was you know you just accept what you're told and you start from these rules and you have faith and you know then go about proving things on that basis. So they viewed prior to well, not prior to, they ran concurrently for a while to Cartesian geometry. They had the traditional Euclidean geometry, a la the books of Euclid, and these were sort of viewed as things that they're self-evident. If you don't get it, if you don't get the basic propositions, you're an idiot, and if you do get them, then you can derive all this stuff.
Mm.
And you just take them as axioms. They're like entry requirements. If you accept them, then you can play the game. If you don't, you can't play the game. So that's sort of how it was taught. But the thing is, its actual development, and especially the way the Islamic people looked at it, which is why it developed so much, was essentially this is the first physics. You have a physical apparatus. You have your compass, you have your straight edge, you've got dividers, you've got pieces of string, you've got surfaces that reflect things, you've got light rays and lampshades make hyperbolas and all this kind of stuff. So they looked at all this, and then so that was sort of the physical side of the sciences, the experimental side, and then they had the theoretical side, which is the geometry and the reasoning, and they looked to unite the two. So actually they really were studying this is the first physics. So this is very interesting, because that's where this delamination between theory and practice really grew, was in Europe, not before.
Yeah, absolutely. And then how it was taken, and then it was cannibalized and bastardized and turned into this entire monstrosity, which took it so far away from what it was supposed to be. And like if you look at specifically Organum, that book of Bacon's, Novus Organum.
Oh, the one where he talks about the book of science and the book of nature.
Yeah. No. So Novus Organum is another book that he wrote, Bacon.
Okay.
And in that, he uses specific terms in regards to nature. And, he mentions kind of like the fall of man. And he's like, the fall of man was when nature got power over man. And now I am going to set forward the method in which man will take control of nature back. And basically, this is how he bastardized the entire golden age of Islam. He said the entire purpose of science is to take control of nature. And he used things like, we will put nature on the rack, we will torture her until she reveals her secrets to us, and we will hound her to the ends of the earth. Things like that, as if you create this enmity with nature. And
compared to the Islamic view, which was what does Allah permit us to know? Look at the beautiful, and it's a very subtle difference. Now, a lot of people, especially in the modern era, might think, well, they were vindicated because look how much more progress was made in Europe. look, there's special relativity and quantum theory and things like this. But actually, they sort of took the lead for geopolitical reasons, right? And it was because of violent dominance and their ability to sort of carry on the experiments and things like this. And the rate of progression, there was this small hump, which it has a very interesting explanation that's probably out of scope of the stream, but we can go in another stream or later. And then after that, it kind of flatlined. And it's been developing very slowly. And actually, most of its developments have come from giving up the idea that it reveals ontological truth at all. Really, that happened in the 1920s, and that was the only way they could make sense of their understanding of physics, was to say, shut up and calculate, with the Copenhagen interpretation, or the Copenhagen interpretation, as you could call it. And they slowly realized, hang on a minute, all we're doing now is describing and modeling, and we can't reveal. And then Popper sort of really sealed the deal in sort of 50s mostly, and late 40s, and sort of everyone agrees, all we can ever do is make models, and we can carve out which models are workable and which ones are unworkable, or which domains they're workable in, and that's it. That's all it can do. And suddenly then this became the pinnacle of truth, which is interesting, as this comes back to one of Sean Carroll's double standards, because sometimes he talks as if it reveals ontological truths, and sometimes he just says, no, well, it is this modeling and we'll never know. This is the pinnacle it can do. And he doesn't seem to realize there's a contradiction. But what's really interesting is, well, if it's about modeling and the highest truth you can get is what's the best unifying model, well, then the God becomes the best unifying model. So you should believe it on those grounds.
Exactly. So can you give us a little bit of a rundown, or a little bit of an impromptu kind of background on who Sean Carroll is and why he's relevant?
Yeah, so Sean Carroll is obviously a very well-renowned physicist. He's got a seat now at the Johns Hopkins University, which gives him the title of natural philosopher, but it's very, very little sort of philosophy involved in what he does. To his credit, he does actually at least engage with philosophical questions, and most physicists just say, "Bah, that's rubbish." They're sort of along the Dawkins school, even though the history of physics is littered with people who felt the need to reconcile the philosophical questions with the experimental and mathematical ones. So in that sense, he's on the right track. But the I don't think his philosophical view is very deep. I think he has his particular view, and I wouldn't say he hasn't thought about it that deeply. I think there's, I know what it's like to have the wool over the eyes and the heart and just not be able to see. So I think that's sort of the affliction he suffers from there. But he's done a lot of great work. One of his big interesting things is entropy and the arrow of time. He's really interested in that. He's interested in quantum fields and nature of quantum theory. He's interested in interpretations of quantum theory. He believes the wave function is ontologically real, which is interesting, because that's a claim without significant foundation.
Oh, really? I didn't know that.
Yeah, it's one of his double standards. It's quite funny, actually. But with a lot of his stuff, though, you need a certain level of understanding of what these physics terms mean, and their significance, in order to really sort of tease out what the issues are. But so, obviously, cosmology is a big thing for him, and quantum gravity and all that sort of stuff. So he's really interested in origins, early universe. He's got a big thing about, obviously, theories have to produce predictions, and that if your work is not producing testable, falsifiable, clear predictions, then it's just it's not valid scientifically, which is interesting, because I went and did a good lot of searching across his papers, a lot of searching, and then I recruited Perplexity and other AIs to do searches across his papers as well. And there was next to nothing involving concrete predictions in his actual work.
How does that track?
Right. Well, he comments on some other people's stuff, but he works more on the structure of theories and, at this sort of higher meta level in most cases. He does do some calculations, of course, but those tend not to be concrete predictions. They tend to be looking at plausibility of various different ideas he has and so on and so forth. So it's interesting that, he can recognize his work is legitimate scientific work, even though his work isn't actually far and away, if at all, producing concrete predictions. And so that's another interesting double standard to sort of look into here. Because as soon as he recognizes there is something that's a legitimate kind of science that isn't just crunching out some number that you should hit if you do some experiment, as long as he can recognize that, then he should recognize that there are other legitimate sciences. But I think he's been hit by the same kind of thing that most people who grew up in a naturalist vein are hit by, where when you say science, they immediately cut this to the subset of sciences which are physical sciences. So, basically it's physics, chemistry, biology.
And correct me if I'm wrong, because recently, a couple of people have kind of looped me in off of YouTube to talk to people privately, and I've been having discussions with a lot of lay people. And something I came to realize is the moment you use the term science, they automatically lock themselves into a naturalistic precept, and they don't even know it.
Yeah, and the idea of Islamic sciences, Hadith sciences, things like this, could totally alien them. For them, it's an abuse of the term science. Whereas we view it completely the other way around, to view it as being something that is only what fits with this naturalistic framework is an abuse of the term science, or at least it's an undue restriction of the term. And this is again where a lot of people have got themselves in trouble, because you can't actually close off all the gaps and all the holes by staying within that rubric. That's why Wigner and others were entertaining consciousness interacting with the world to determine outcomes and stuff like that. But anyway, yeah. So go back to Sean.
Carroll. Yeah.
I think one of the things that sticks out most for me, and I think this is really, it comes back to what we were saying about what's legit science and what's not, is he hates it. And actually there's a clip I think we can have lined up. I think I sent it in the Atheism channel, where on Neil deGrasse Tyson's Star Talk, the co-host with Sean, and they're all laughing at it, was saying, like, no, unless you have a PhD in science and philosophy, physics and philosophy, you don't have a legitimate opinion. You've just got some idea, some thought, and with this, you need at least this level to have an informed opinion. And he was on a big rant about it, and they're all having a good laugh. But here's the thing, like, Sean knows next to nothing about theology, and I really mean next to nothing. And so this is the funny thing for me, is that him and many others, like, and the same goes for Neil deGrasse Tyson and so on, if they know anything, it's only about Christianity, some variant of Christianity, and really they only know it from the point of view of the Enlightenment philosophers introducing it to bash it. And they really don't have any idea of wider concepts of God and all this kind of stuff. But their academic level, if you like, in those areas they pontificate on, is negligible. Now, if you see someone, right, do the same thing with quantum theory, right, they get so angry. They think it's ridiculous. How dare this person? Can you imagine if someone's just said, well, what, I've read about this quantum theory. It says things are waves and particles, but actually what these stupid scientists don't know is that a wave is different from a particle. So there's a contradiction, and because there's a contradiction, they're all wrong. They're just indoctrinated. Like that is the equivalent level of analysis that they do. like Sean Carroll, when he talks about God as a theory, for example, as a video I think we'll go through, he's basically the equivalent. He is to religious philosophy as a flat earther is to cosmology, and he doesn't know it. You know, he doesn't.
Wow.
And this is one of the things. Again, a double standard is. It's like anyone's allowed an opinion, you know, except in their special domain. Now, I think people should be allowed opinions, but they should also be held up for those opinions, you know, and they should be open to scrutiny and analysis. And we shouldn't have epistemic double standards.
This is you know, I had a question on this. Like, does he adhere to any philosophical commitments, Sean Carroll, that do not manifest into a double standard?
That do not manifest into a double standard. I've not found any that don't manifest into double standard. Doesn't mean they don't exist, but I've not found any.
For all intents and purposes, basically.
I think possibly, yeah. The closest would be his, you know, everything can be wrong. We might be wrong about anything. You know, we need to always keep an open mind about stuff. But then there's a bunch of stuff he says is never going to be wrong. One of his examples is, you know, about chemistry and about atoms and things like that. So the atoms that are in your body, we now know all the physics of them. We are never going to find anything that violates, you know, the physics we've found so far. And we know this to be the case because if there were anything other than the laws we've discovered there, we would have seen it by now. You know, there's the same kind of statement that someone like Laplace could have made back in the 1700s.
Wallahi, like frame for frame, like exactly, like subhanallah.
Right. But this is the thing: is I can see where its justification comes from, because as far as their methods of probing are going, they're like, we've probed all the ways, you know. But I'm just sat there thinking, dude, like, for one thing, we might at some point discover the dynamics of collapse of the wave function, for example. We might at some point find that we currently have a distribution of, you know, where the energy is, a probability distribution of where the energy is going to go next. And there might actually be some dynamics behind it, and that could blow open the whole picture that they currently have. In fact, the picture of whether or not particles even ontologically exist is up against the wall, been beaten to pieces, and everybody knows it, but it's really difficult for people to admit it because of what it entails. You know, they like to say, oh no, particles have been really well proved, but what has been well proved? Because the very idea of particle, like the what it conjures up in anybody's mind that is not a dedicated specialist, is nothing like what is in the mind of a dedicated specialist. There's a brother from Pakistan who's he's currently doing I think his PhD or master's in particle physics, and we had this interesting discussion because he was like, I didn't realize all these ways people were thinking about, you know, physics. You know, it was like he didn't realize so many people thought of these particles as this sort of like, you know, little balls of energy or stuff like that, or, you know, they had these things in their mind because, you know, he knows that you have this distributed field, and you often refer to the field as the particle, and what we really mean, if anything, is, you know, some quantum of energy is dumped into a detector at some point, and that's sort of called the particle, although depending on what sort of symmetries that energy must have had, you classify it as a different particle. But really the word particles is just a terribly misleading word. And so this is sort of one piece of the puzzle. So what are the actual ontological claims or commitments from quantum field theory, and particularly quantum electrodynamics, the best supported of those? And this is where it gets really interesting, is because the views that are so-called so well validated, in order for them to work, the only way that they work is to also include these things called virtual particles, which are, even in principle, never detectable. Right?
You need them to balance the equation, essentially.
Yeah, well, yeah, it's partly balance the equations, but yeah, if you didn't have the virtual particle contributions in there, you would get the wrong answers. And the virtual particles are really actually what make the difference, why it's accurate in the first place. They're why you get the Lamb shift, for example, this sort of tiny, double lines in the hydrogen spectra. So this is really interesting, because it's like, hang on a minute, you have to have these things that are in principle never observable, right? Even in principle never observable, but because it makes the theory work, you accept them. But also these things, it's not just that they're never observable, they actually violate the conditions of what's called reality in the foundations of physics. So in order for something to be real, it has to be that it doesn't depend upon how you're observing it, right? It needs to be so you look at, what a Lorentz invariance is?
I've heard the term off the top of my head.
Basically it means I mean, the underlying idea is, it doesn't matter how you move your experiment around, how fast it's going, or how you rotate it or whatever, the law should stay the same. Like, it doesn't matter from here or there. The actual how it moves in and of itself intrinsically should be the same. And the Lorentz invariant is just that principle, but taken from a Newtonian view of space and time into the relativistic space and time. So that's what it really means. But virtual particles are, by dint of their mathematical definition, not Lorentz invariant. They can't be Lorentz invariant. They're what's called off-shell. On-shell is the detectable particles, and the other ones are off-shell, which is not Lorentz invariant. So they fail the very definition of what makes something real as well. So not only are they fundamentally not detectable, but they fail this definition of what's actually real. And yet, if you were to take them out of the theory, it would not work. And if you put them in the theory, and if you leave them in there, then it does work. But that's fine, apparently. That's considered okay. Then why can't other people? Why is it then insane and ridiculous if someone else does it? Why is it if I say, look, this is my understanding of how reality works, and it does involve some components that are unseen, why is that now stupid blind faith? Why is that the starting block? And this is again sort of a deep double standard. But the thing is, I don't think Sean realizes it's a double standard, because I don't think he really has any understanding, although he occasionally mentions Islam, of the Islamic paradigm. I think he thinks it's basically just a variant of Christianity. So yeah, all this stuff, something we can go into as well. Yeah. That's sort of a bit of an overview of things.
That's actually, there were so many helpful points I picked up on in there. And Jazakallah khair, there's some very, very important points that you mentioned. Where do you want to start with Sean Carroll?
I think we'll start with his very famous lecture, "God is not a good theory."
Okay, cool.
In the Streams for Atheists.
Yep, I'll pull that up.
I did start making notes that I was going to share with you, but I literally just stopped it about every 20 seconds and wrote something and made about 5 minutes worth of notes, and then went did a bunch of other stuff. So,
and do you want to put the link out at any point? Should we put the link out in case anyone wants to join, ask a question, or you want to go through the video?
Yeah, I mean, let's put the link out and see, because someone might join and want to talk about the video and have questions about the video. And I think we can open it up to Muslims and non-Muslims, but on the topic. So Muslims might want to understand better some stuff about naturalism or atheism or the arguments or some of the science that's going on, have it sort of explained to their level or things like that. That's cool. Or atheists might want to come on and defend, or someone tell me I'm wrong in what I'm saying or stuff like that. So that's fine. We'll keep it on topic, and we'll try and get through the video before we go to sort of wider questions.
It's a relatively long video. It's almost an hour long.
Yeah, I mean, I think the first half is a good enough setup, but we'll see how we do.
Okay. Mods, I can't pin the link, so can you just keep refreshing the link? I think we have. Oh, I'm also a mod.
Wait, you can't pin the link?
No, only someone who has access to the YouTube can pin the link.
Oh, I thought you did.
To the YouTube, no. I don't have access.
Okay.
But yeah, we'll keep the link.
Maybe message Ali or someone and see if he can just quickly do it.
Okay, well, I can do that as well. But otherwise, we can keep the link refreshed in the chat. Shouldn't be an issue. In the meantime, let's pull up the video. You want to put it at 1.5, or you want to play it at standard speed?
I don't know. We can try 1.5.
Okay, cool.
You kind of missed some of the his tone, the way he says stuff, but yeah.
Okay. Just want to make sure the audio is coming through. Audio is good? Can you hear that?
Comes through for me.
Okay, cool.
It's great to be here. As you can see from my title, I'm going to be approaching the question of the role that the idea of God has to play in explaining the universe we see from the point of view of a scientist, a physicist, or a cosmologist, not the point of view of a professional theologian or philosopher. I do think that the point of view of a physicist or a scientist is relevant to this question. It's not the only possible point of view one can have. There are aspects of the idea of God that do not reduce to the roles played by a simple scientific theory, but there are also aspects of the idea of God that do play the roles of a scientific theory, and those aspects can be judged by the same criteria that we use to judge theories.
First thing I got to point out is God is not in any way a theory, right? It's if anything, you say this is a proposition that X exists, but the theory aspect is X does Y and Z, interacts in these kind of ways. That's the theory element. So what he does is it's very much like saying, what's a good sort of analogy? Actually, there isn't a really good analogy I can think from physics, because no one would do that in physics. It's like just identifying a single object or a single thing and calling it a theory when things come together and interact and have rules about their relationships to each other, and that's called a theory.
Basically, if I'm understanding your point correctly, you just can't simply formulate a theory on pure identity.
Yeah, right. Because at that point, it's not a theory yet.
Mm-hmm.
And so when he's saying it's, he's saying, oh, it's a theory. Well, no, we're talking about a posited thing that exists, but it's
Mm-hmm.
not at that point a theory. You'd have to look at a specific one. And look at its theory, look at, okay, how does it relate to reality in some way? And then you start to have a theory. You can't just have an object or an identified thing and call that a theory.
Yeah.
But
Yeah.
I think what he's bringing in tacitly is this view that, everyone broadly has the same ideas and implications of what it means or why people posit God. And that's sort of what he's taking the theory. But his view throughout is this fundamental idea that people just came up with the idea of God in order to explain things. That's for him, that is axiomatic. That's a fact. And that's his starting point. And I don't think he realizes that he's taken that as an axiomatic fact. but he does, and he doesn't have a justification for it. And he doesn't even entertain the idea that, you know, perhaps people believed in God for other reasons, and it also served as an explanation. That's unconscionable. He can't imagine that from all the videos I've seen of him. Just doesn't enter into his framework, into his thinking.
It's like what we were talking about, right? The moment you say science and use words like theory, you just autopilot lock yourself into that naturalistic precept.
Yeah, and it's interesting because in, you know, another video that I don't think we've got here or time to go into, he talks about the multiverse. In fact, this is I think with Alex O'Connor, which we should go through that video at some point as well. And he talks about the multiverse, and Alex O'Connor asks, well, you know, aren't you doing kind of the same thing as theists do, just positing this thing that's rather conveniently furnishes this explanation that we can't actually interact with and test and measure and see and all this stuff? And Sean's like, no, we have loads of independent reasons to believe in the multiverse. Like, hang on a minute. Number one, those reasons are not actually that independent. But also, there are loads of other independent reasons to believe in God.
Exactly. Oh my God, that's the double standard there, right there. Then, you know.
Yet another double standard, yeah. But he doesn't see them, because I think he spent so long having these discussions in his own mind and with his own bubble, and only occasionally interacting with actual theists, that I don't think he realizes how much his view is you know, from a small bubble and a particular perspective.
And that's a really important point as well. I think, you know, if you kind of make the statement, show me a scientist and I'll show you a precept. Kind of like from the opening point, you've identified that, you know, here it is.
Well, so, but which is fine, because, you know, you need to. And this is how it works. It's how maths and physics works. You have to take some assumptions, and the idea is to try and optimize those assumptions, and you optimize along various things. You know, one is to do with them actually being useful. You know, one is to do with them being as simple or rather elegant as possible, and you try and maximize their applicability. There's all sorts of different optimization criteria, and Graham Oppy does a good job of talking about those, at least in a certain domain. So yeah, this is one of the key things is, everyone does make some assumptions, and then you see how they comport to reality. Now, my position is that actually the minimum possible, so not just the minimum I've seen, but the minimum possible prior assumptions, is with Islam. And this is, you know, very interesting discussion I'd like to have with Oppy, and maybe even Carroll if he was willing to learn enough about Islam. It's that the Shahada is necessary and sufficient to bootstrap everything you need for the rest of the sciences, whereas it's
like the greatest axiom there ever was.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly that. And I'll go into the details of why at some point. That's another separate video I want to launch. There's a whole load of Quranic references where you build up all the various sort of bits of toolkit that you tend to have, or you need for basic sciences and logic and reasoning and maths and stuff, and you find them in various ayats in the Quran. But not in a sort of post hoc projection kind of way, from building from the ground up, from, you know, literary analysis outwards kind of way. So anyway, that's kind of by the by. We've only let him speak for about 30 seconds, so let's hear a bit more.
Okay, let's go.
In the original schedule, if you have seen that, it removed the word good from my title. So it just said God is not a theory, but that is the opposite of what I'm trying to say here. So just so you know my point of view, I'm saying that God is a theory. The idea of God, to the extent that almost all believers use the idea of God, does have aspects of it that can be judged in precisely analogous ways to the way that we judge an ordinary scientific theory. Now, I'm very well aware there is a thread of thought that says the opposite of that. It says that the idea of God is something separate, it's a different kind of idea than the ideas that we use when we have physics theories. So, you know, God is not reproducible or something like that. So I just want to get around that particular definitional problem by putting forward the idea of theory as something very, very broad. I don't want to pick some very, very specific philosophy of science definition of a theory. To me, a theory is just an idea about the universe that may be true.
One thing that's quite interesting is the thread that it's a different kind of idea. I mean, it is in some ways, you know, a different kind of idea. But then he went on to say, oh, because it's not reproducible and so on. It's like, excuse me, how do you reproduce the cosmic microwave background? You know, how do you reproduce the you know, the universe? How do you reproduce, you know, Earth and the Earth Sun system and see how many times you have to reform it in order to you know, probabilistically get life, whatever. So it's interesting. There's this, it's another sort of standard I wanted to point out, the sort of moves as to whether it sort of counts as science or a scientific investigation or not. And just go on.
One thing that struck me in this is like, okay, here, let me just stop here, and just to bypass these certain things, let me special plead a different definition of theory to you.
Yeah. But and there we go. Theory, an idea about the universe that may be true or false. Hang on a minute. No, nobody. And here's what's interesting is in other videos he goes on a rant about, no, it's not a theory unless X, Y, Z, and he puts out this, you know, criteria that you know, make it. And actually, Neil deGrasse Tyson's even stricter on that. You know, in many ways they have discussions between them. So yeah, this is one thing. It's like, well, you keep moving the goalpost, and I'm not very happy about that one. And the other thing I just wanted to flag up, just because we'll meet it again in a minute, is note that he said in a precisely analogous way. And now, as we play on, we will see how that goalpost shifts. Subtly and interestingly. And just underneath here, he says, not a very precisely specified theory. Yeah, because you're talking about theists in general.
Oh my God.
So the idea of this generalized theist that he has is, of course, not very precisely specified, because what he's done is made an abstraction that he thinks applies across all, you know, theisms in general. And such a thing isn't really possible. There's too many, you know, mutually exclusive contradictions. So you end up, by construction, what he takes is badly specified. But it's largely his own version of something that was specified by the Enlightenment atheists that were tackling the idea in the first place. So it's a straw man version of a straw man. And even then, it's a straw man of a straw man of a subset of theism, which is Christianity, you know, the Christian frameworks that sort of grew up around the church. None of it, this is what's interesting, none of it really tackles the concept of Allah as put forward in Islam. It looks like it tackles parts of it, but only in the same way as I could say tackle quantum theory by taking just one small part and ignoring the rest and having a good old laugh at it, right? So, for example, I could take the thing about stuff probability, you know, probabilistically. Oh, you got a thing and it goes along, and if it goes past the grating, it could diffract through it or not, like, you know. And I could say, oh yeah, stupid quantum theorists believe, you know. Have you ever walked down the street and you walk past a railing and you just whoop through the railing? No, never see that. What a ridiculously stupid idea. So obviously these people are stupid. And it's like, when you try and explain, you say, no, it's not like that. It's a lot more detailed. You've got to understand the nuances. And they say, oh, blah, blah, yeah, special pleading. Oh, yeah, ad hoc, you know, explanations, blah, blah. It's rubbish. Like, you gave me this idea, and this is a consequence of that idea in my head, and therefore you're stupid. Like, that's the level. And when you put this the way they attack religious ideas, and you give them precise analogies of those attacks in physics, they would just either laugh or cry or get angry, you know. But they do it over and over. So anyway, let's crack on.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
Wa alaikum assalam wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
Brother DeAndre, how you doing?
I'm doing well, alhamdulillah. What about you, akhi?
Alhamdulillah. It's been a while. How you doing?
It's been a while, man. Been really good. I came up to kind of just ask if, kind of add to what you said previously and ask about it, because this actually happened very recently. There was a person, he was running LPE, and he was taking like a very Christian classical theistic account of like God and what attributes God has, and he was presupposing it onto Islam. And I was like, dude, we don't believe God is like all loving. Like, what are you doing? And he's like, you don't believe God is good? And I was like, I didn't say that.
This is actually fascinating. I really like that point, and you bring up a really good example, because all of these contradictions you saw get, in various attributes, for example, they do fall apart when you try and apply them to the Islamic concept. So, for example, Allah is Al-Wadud, the source of all love, and it works beautifully.
Yep.
His qadr, right? It works beautifully. It doesn't have any of this. Can he make a rock he can't lift? It's nonsense. It doesn't in any way affect the idea of Allah's qadr and his power that we uphold. So, yeah, all of these attributes questions, fall apart, which is fascinating in itself. That shows that actually the concept of Allah in Islam is not ad hoc, and it's not trivial. It's very, very difficult to build this cohesive concept. It's not, people get in their mind, it's like, oh yeah, once you say God, you can just add anything you like, and people say I might as well say it's a spaghetti monster, or here's my invisible dragon. It's like, no, you can't actually make that work, but this actually works. That is non-trivial. That is very interesting. So sorry, go on DeAndre.
I don't know. I found it. No, that's what I essentially just I came up to say, like, this is very, very. This is a very, very like it's seen a lot when a lot of atheists who are ill-informed about what Islam actually says about God, they try to critique it either based on limited. So they say, if God is X attribute, Y attribute, and Z attribute, a contradiction entails. But they completely disregard other attributes that answer this supposed contradiction, or they impose Christian metaphysics or Christian accounts of God onto us. Right. It's like, no,
absolutely. And this is, again, going back to what I was saying, like, if you take a mathematics proof, for example, and you just strip out some of the axioms and you say, look, it doesn't work anymore, you idiot. It's like no one would take that seriously. It's just such a stupid argument to bring in the first place. But somehow they've decided that they're allowed to carve God up into separate pieces and analyze those pieces independently, because that's what they've learned to do in creation. But if you're doing that, then you are necessarily attacking a straw man.
Exactly. And this is what they don't realize. Like, the moment you just open your mind a little bit and you read the Quran and you start understanding the theology, you come to the realization of 99% of the nonsense they try to throw against Islam is just basically a category error. They just don't get it.
Yeah. But the thing is, I find this fascinating, and this is one of the things that really, drew me in to start with. Wow, this really has legs. This is really interesting. As an atheist, this is something substantially different. But so many people, you come back with this stuff, and in their mind, it's just that's just a convenient ad hoc explanation. Because that's what they do. They come up with convenient ad hoc rebuttals to stuff. So they project and they think you're doing it. Whereas you're talking about, something that's been philosophically analyzed 1400 years, something that came as a complete picture, by the time it was finished being revealed. And when you're trying to explain it, they just can't believe that this stuff was all way ahead of them, way ahead of them. And so they think you're just coming up with convenient excuses and explanations on the fly, or interpreting things in a convenient way because they're really proud of their smackdown. That's what annoys me. I haven't found a good way to sort of deal with those people, because I don't know there is one.
I agree. And there's something that actually scares them, because they have no epistemic certainty. The moment you start talking to someone who says, I have epistemic certainty, it scares them.
Well,
They're like,
here's what's interesting. They act as if they have epistemic certainty on lots of things.
Exactly. They act like they do, but then the moment they talk to someone who says, no, you don't have epistemic certainty, I have epistemic certainty, come challenge it. Show me a contradiction from the Quran. And they're like deer in headlights.
Yeah.
You know, subhanAllah, that's such a valid point. It's amazing. So shall we continue with Mr.
Yeah, let's do it. Yeah. We're supposed to be talking about Sean Carroll by his words rather than just yapping about him.
True or false? And then we should try to figure out how to judge whether or not this particular idea is true or false. So one of the problems with God as a theory is that it is not a very precisely specified theory. That is going to be one of my points.
Clearly he's going off his own understanding of theology. I mean, that's so sad. Like, I couldn't. I had to pause. I'm sorry.
Yeah, no, and when you hear him say it as well, and with such confidence, it's like, have you not seen how remarkably tightly and well specified Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala is? It's you know, books and books written about this stuff, not with adding in other people's ideas, just literally explaining the interesting linguistic relationships. And something that could be interesting to him as well is there's actually a lot of interesting mathematical structures, because the way the Arabic language works, you've got the root system and the morphology, and so you can look and see how many of these names and attributes have common roots or different roots, and you know what kind of morphologies are applied to them to produce these words overall. And then you can see, okay, how are those roots then used in other words in Quran, and what's the relationship between those? That there's like this whole fascinating, deep analytical thing you can do, and it can go to basically arbitrary degrees of you know, due diligence checking. And yet he's just like, oh yeah, it's just a fluffy. No, mate, in your head it's a fluffy idea, in your head, and you won't permit it to be anything more. Because this is the thing, in a lot of these guys' minds, like the real definition of the real working definition of God that they use is any idea that is stupid and unprovable and doesn't make sense.
That's gone.
You know, yeah, they're happy to, you know, as long as it has some creative vibe or something, you know. But that's the a priori position they take. As soon as something becomes in some way, you know, sensible, it no longer qualifies to them. It has to be put in a different framework. But we'll carry on.
Then it's science, you know. If it makes sense, then it's science.
Well, this is part of how the system works. Is stuff is not scientific, you know, or you know, not provable until it's brought into the realms of science under naturalism, and then it's permitted. You know, whole load of phenomena. At some point, for example, you know, they might. So if we go back in history, right? If you were to see something just move apparently on its own across the surface, you know, a whole bunch of stuff that you can easily do with magnets and you know, electromagnetism and stuff like that. If you were to see this stuff happen, you'd be like, ah, clear supernatural stuff, right? And so according to that view of science, it would be, you know, supernatural, and basically most people would just disbelieve it. And if they saw it themselves, they would, you know, have to dig and try and understand it, and until, you know, they've got some, they wouldn't really believe what's happening until they have some naturalistic explanation. And if it's reproducible, so if it's not reproducible because it just happened once, they'll wave it off with something. But if it's reproducible, then whatever that reproducible pattern is now just gets tagged with a name and called part of the naturalist pantheon.
And you know, so this, you know, you mentioned a point earlier, which I think is such a strong point. And you know, we were discussing this when, you know, that stream we wanted to do, that what is science? And you remember the slide structure we exchanged during that is science anything other than a cyclical paradigm repeat? Like you know, he was making the statement that, oh, you know, if there was anything new in the human body, we would have found it by now. So
regarding the behavior of the atoms,
yeah. And you go back 500 years, you'll have the same statement. You go back 1,000 years, you'll have the same statement.
Yeah.
So that's an amazing point as well. There's someone. Oh, that's Jose. Hello.
Salam alaikum.
Wa alaikum salam.
Walaikum salam.
Gentlemen, it's been a while.
It has
How
been.
you doing?
I hope everybody is great.
Alhamdulillah.
How about you? How are you?
Oh, I'm fine, man. Fine. They're just here going around, with the universe, kicking cans.
Speaking
Fair
can.
play.
Nah, I'm just messing with y'all, man.
It's expression.
What's it called?
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
So,
Tell
how's it
me
going?
about this, brothers. It's going good. But I like this topic, this atheism topic.
Mm.
Yeah, it's interesting. We'll have a bit of a dive. I think we haven't made much progress yet on Sean's own words.
Yeah.
But, I think we
Yeah.
laid the foundation.
It's very it's one of those like how do I say I'm just gonna put it in my own words. It was very it's a topic that is very deceptive. You know what I mean? It's very those non-believers did a very good job on this one. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
Because
yeah. No, you're right.
because you.
Oh, we lost you.
Yep. Jose, you cut out.
Dang.
You
How about
cut
now?
out. Yeah. Now we can hear you.
Yeah, it's one of those things where you can give them evidence, and then once you show them the brick wall, that you can get over it, and there is an ultimate creator, then they're like, well, we just don't believe. You know what I mean? Like it's a tough one.
Yeah, it's this shifting epistemic criteria. I mean, I have a lot of fun, asking people, these atheists, do you believe electrons exist? And they will invariably say yes, because otherwise they're science deniers. And
See,
then you probe a little bit about why they believe it exists, and actually, in almost all cases, it's simply a authority says so.
Mhm.
But the authority claims that they have proof, so it's okay. and so many people believe it that they believe it, and that's okay. But this is exactly following what your forefathers taught you. Because if you go deep enough, you find there are very serious questions about whether or not the electron could possibly ontologically exist in any reasonable way, and that it makes most sense to just regard it as a convenient modeling fiction because it leads to solvable mathematics. And that's essentially the strongest position, but a lot of people don't know that. And if they were to apply the same standards, they would then give a lot more credence to the theistic positions.
Yeah, like one thing that I've learned along my along this journey, right? This whole thing called life, our experience, is that, do you remember when we were a lot younger, they used to tell us about that number, that 666 number, that it used to mean evil or whatever?
The
Do you
number
remember?
of
Like
the
that's.
beast.
Do
The
you
number
remember
of
that?
the The number of the beast was 666. Yeah.
Yeah. So you see, to me, that is totally like an atheist belief. You know what I mean? Like that's another way to dilute from the truth. You get what I'm saying? And the way I'm going to prove it is if you get 6 protons, 6 electrons, and 6 neutrons, do you guys know what that creates?
Sounds like carbon.
Exactly, my brother. So what is the best way to push us away from the truth? Is, oh no, scare them from that. You know what I mean?
Well, I
Like,
think the irony for me is this whole thing of 666 and other numbers of so on. It actually stems from numerology, which is something
yeah,
that the Prophet ﷺ was telling us. These are the soothsayers. These are the ones to stay away from.
yeah. but you see, but in reality, like if you want to break it down to science and leave all that like all that like scary talk and oh, you know what I mean? Because at the end of it, man, like that stuff can't really do nothing to me. You know what I mean? So like, it's like, bro, you guys, you atheists need to understand that, like, or like, you know, that's carbon life. You get what I'm saying? Like,
Well, I mean, it's not necessarily. It's just there's so many ways of understanding this 686. I mean, you can break it down into its prime
Mm.
factors. You can do. People have tried all sorts of numerology to try and give meaning to it and some analysis for it. And this is the thing. It's just one way or another. It's pretty empty. But this is the
yeah,
kind of stuff that the atheists will point to and they'll say, "Haha, silly religious people believe stuff like this."
yeah.
Mm,
Uh,
yeah.
But
whereas
like, do you know? Have you ever seen like the remains of like Ad and Thamud?
Uh, the thing is that, listen, when you talk about Ad and Thamud, and you talk about the city of Lut alayhi salam, and you talk about these things, you have to be very careful when you bring these up from a Quranic perspective, because we are not told where these
Yeah,
cities are. So anything that we do is conjecture on our part. We cannot unequivocally say that this is the ruins of Ad, this is the ruins of Thamud, and this is the ruins of Sodom or Gomorrah. We can't say it
yeah,
unequivocally.
yeah. I get it. But okay, then, well, we know where Egypt is at, right?
Mhm.
And have you seen their ruins?
Yeah.
yep.
If you see their ruins, there is it's desert, brother. You know what I mean? Like it's everything. It's just everything where those ancient people, the ancient Egyptians who were they like ruled their little land. It is just freaking. There's no carbon life there. You know, there's
Mhm.
carbon life in the surrounding areas, but that's where
Well, I mean,
like
one of the things
desert
that is
is.
interesting to bring atheists up on regarding history stuff is, for example, do you believe Julius Caesar existed?
Hmm.
And
Yeah.
most of them would say
Yeah,
yes. If they say no, they've got a tough time justifying that position. And if they
yeah,
say yes, well, hang on a minute. So some guy wrote some stuff and signed it Julius Caesar. What makes you think he wasn't an imposter? Some other people wrote about this guy. Are
yeah,
you applying the same kinds of skepticism to Julius Caesar as you're applying to the Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam? Because look at our hadith sciences, look at the evidence base that we have here. Look at the seerah, look at the historical. And by the way, this kind of critical historical analysis was essentially born from trying to protect the truth about Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam, and that's where these European adoption of the methods much later came from. So yeah, these are all very good points when regarding history. So what do people believe about history and why? And if you believe that, why do you not believe these things happened with Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam? Why the selective skepticism?
Uh,
yeah.
exactly that. And I think one of the, if you go back and you listen to some of the discussion that we were having earlier in the stream, and
Mhm.
even at the starting point of where we started playing this Sean Carroll video, uh, there's certain points regarding um, epistemology that it's very important for a person to understand, and specifically in regards to Islamic epistemology and how Islamic epistemology differs from all other epistemic systems. So I
Mhm.
think if you go back and you kind of track that conversation,
Yeah,
it'll help you in the way that you're thinking
like
about.
like like what's it called? ASMK. Remember, I told you that I started going to those classes there at the mosque, right? I think I told you a while back.
Yeah, yeah. You told me that you were going to. Have you
Yeah,
started going? Oh,
yeah.
mashallah.
I've gone already. Like we're having from now. So now so it could be more like convenient for everybody that's a new Muslim. Um, we're having them on Sundays, right? And
Oh, mashallah.
yeah. So one of the topics was now this is a little bit going off a little bit off topic, right? Off the atheism, but like so one of the thing was like one of the brother kept telling us that the followers of Jesus Christ were Christians, because he was saying how like the Quran mentions Christians and Jews, you know what I mean? So
Mm.
so I was telling him, no, man, Jesus Christ followers were not Christians. they were called Al Nazarenes or something like that, you know?
Nasar.
Yeah. So I was telling him like you need to be careful explaining because because Allah, like I tell him like that is my God. You know what I mean? Like my God was
No,
warning me about the Christians and the Jews. You
Brother
get me?
Jose, Brother Jose, I
Yeah.
want you to write this point down because
Let me.
inshallah, close to the weekend, I'm going to be having a stream. I want you to come on that stream and bring this point up again
Okay,
because
hold on.
I'm going to be addressing some very important things in regards to this point. So I want you to write this point down and remember it and come on the weekend stream, inshallah.
Yes.
Sounds good. In the meantime, we've paused Sean Carroll on not a very flattering picture of him for a bit too long. So
Yeah.
Oh, do
maybe
you
we
you want
should
me to write down
play a bit
what
more
I
of
was
it.
saying, or were you gonna
Yeah,
tell
yeah.
me something to write?
No. I'm saying write down exactly this point that you were talking about Christians and the Nasara. Okay. I want you to write this point
Yeah.
down and come on the weekend stream,
Oh
and
yeah.
then
I have it, brother. So the brothers tell me that like my point of view and perspective on it is very interesting. So now I just type everything on my phone
no,
and I save it.
yeah. But perfect. So you
Excellent.
bring those notes to me on the weekend because
Uh huh.
otherwise we're going to be going off topic right now. So you
Yeah, we've
bring
got
those.
to
Yes, yes. But
Okay.
let's make some
and what day
progress
is it
on
going to be?
this
Saturday?
video.
Yeah, it's either going to be
Saturday?
Friday or Saturday. Friday or Saturday. One of those two, inshallah.
Okay, yeah, man. Yeah, yeah. I'm ready. I'm ready.
Okay. Inshallah.
Inshallah,
Then we'll see you then, inshallah.
Yes, yeah. I'm gonna stay on. I'm gonna still listen to you guys on this.
All right,
Okay.
cool.
Okay.
Bet.
Okay.
is that even though we sometimes try to have God play the role of a physical theory, making predictions and explaining things, preserving some explanatory role, I'm going to argue that it doesn't do a very good job. Now, again, I will, even though I'm not a trained theologian, I certainly know that we have different conceptions of God. In fact, this is what I would argue is one of the check marks against God as a very good theory, is that if you try to say, well, here's why I don't believe in God, someone else will say, you just don't understand what God is. God is completely different than that. And I recognize that I will try to at least explain which versions of God I am talking about. I can't guarantee they're your favorite versions of God. So we can pick out three. It's not an exclusive list: passive, active, and emergent conceptions of God. And what I mean by this under passive is the kind of roles that are given to God going back to some of the ancient Greeks, going back at least to Aristotle, a sort of philosophical role for God as something that helps explain, helps sustain the universe. An unmoved mover, a first cause, a necessary being, various philosophical notions that are not necessarily empirical in the same way that scientific theories are. This kind of God is one that just is something that we need in this conception to make sense of the universe, not something that necessarily is going around poking around in the universe and intervening it and changing the physical laws. The active conception of God is a more personal.
Mm-hmm.
I'd again note this thing, something we posited to explain stuff. It wouldn't, as if that's the reason, that's again axiomatically the reason that people posit or have this idea of God is to explain those things, and that's how we can the grounds on which you can say it's not a good theory, because he just refuses the idea that they come for other reasons. And what he was talking about there, it's interesting that his if you look to his sort of screen, I don't know if we can sort of pause it on the screenshot. He's got
poking around in the universe and intervening it and changing the physical law. The kind of God
you see,
helps.
In fact, let's just pause it there. And you notice the point he said as well about God intervening and poking around in the physical laws. He again has this presumption that physical laws are somehow independent, and this as if and for him, under any notion of God created these things, these matter that obeys physical laws, or created the laws themselves, or whatever, something like that. And then there is this physical laws, and everything obeys it. And then for him, the only evidence of God, or the only thing that would count is if something then breaks those laws, or something happens that would be outside of the expectation of those laws. Again, that's actually a standard he doesn't hold 100% of the time, but that's the standard he generally sort of runs with.
Remember, he's not a theological expert, as he just professed himself.
Yeah. But that goes back to what I said before about if something had happened in ancient times that was a phenomenon relying on electromagnetic spectrum, but it wasn't reproducible. They didn't know how to reproduce it. It was just ad hoc, happened here or there.
Yep.
They might well just say, disbelieve it. Nah, it never happened. Don't believe you. You're mistaken. You're hallucinating. Something else. Blah blah blah. until it's reproducible, at which point you stick a name on it and call it a naturalistic explanation, and we'll find out the details later, which is a big article of faith they have. But I just wanted to look at this conceptions of God for a minute, because it's one thing when he sort of reels through them, but it's another thing to sort of pause and ponder on what he's chosen here. Now, I don't think passive and active are necessarily that good labels for these things, but I understand he's trying to categorize. The labels underneath are much better: the logical, empirical, and rhetorical. At least the logical and empirical ones, because the idea of first cause and necessary being, these are, logical proofs. But the thing is, then why would you expect there to be some detectable, some prediction of some number or some value that you can then go out and test in reality? Because if it's a logical based thing, then what you're talking about is like when you believe something is true in a statement is true in maths. It's about mathematical. The current basis of the maths that he uses, at least the modern mathematics, is logic itself. So, yeah, if something is logically proved, this is equivalent to him saying something is mathematically proved.
Can I ask you a question here, Brother Islam? Because I'm looking at this, and there's something that's kind of striking me, and I just want to run it by you. If you say the logical conception of God is that he is the first cause, is it not a necessary entailment of him being the first cause that he's a creator and ruler?
I think that depends on your framework. Because they entertain ideas that there was something that's a first cause, which is like when you hit the white ball with the cue, and when you're playing snooker, and it's like just this initial thing, and then do you really say that initial spark like created everything, or is that just a trigger? And the other stuff was kind of participatory in the creation. So it's not necessarily the case in their frameworks that first cause then implies the rest.
And this is why I'm saying, because he was even saying, like, if you look at some, and he said it's like an Aristotelian model. But if you do look at the Aristotelian models, and you go back to the four causes, and you go back to the conceptualization of a material cause and an efficient cause, all I'm saying is that the kind of division he's made actually shows to me that he's philosophically weak in the kind of divisions that he's made.
I think so. But again, is it philosophically weak or theologically weak? Or is it actually that these, if you take a step back for a minute, these distinctions are actually pretty good if all you have in mind is the sort of 1600s onwards Christian philosophers and the later Enlightenment rebuttals to those philosophers. If that's the only views, and that is the totality of theism, then this is not a bad shout, I
agree. Yeah.
But if you're going to include, Shintoism, or you're going to include like the belief that emperors were divine and other kind of views of deity in that sense, or if you're going to include South American religions and people who believe that rivers are gods and that kind of stuff, then this becomes pretty nuts. But obviously we're talking about these one god monotheism concepts, but note that sometimes he just hops back and includes ancient Greek gods just at will. So he's not strict on keeping it on monotheism. But even if we were to restrict it to monotheism, I mean, besides that, it's very difficult to argue that Christianity really is monotheism. Even if we were to grant that that it is somehow monotheistic, it's still this one particular conception of it, and the way it's understood has since for a good 2,000 years been influenced by the Aristotelian framework. Whereas the Islamic framework is fundamentally different and self-standing, and this was why the Islamic golden age happened, and these scientists and philosophers were able to completely debunk, pull apart, and replace the Aristotelian ideas with much better ones, including, by the way, momentum itself, which was really the most important idea that kickstarted the new understanding of physics. From Newton onwards, this idea of momentum, it was male, according to Ibn Sina, and he's the first one recorded that came up with this. Would have been Latin translated and known to Newton, and undoubtedly, and that the libraries had access to as Avicenna. But this idea of momentum and what it implies for motion and how motion works fundamentally breaks with the Aristotelian view of physics and motion. So once people moved across to that, once people found the notion of momentum so useful, because it establishes it's built into Newton's laws, how Newton's laws work, they, without knowing it, were in many cases were now on a train track that takes you further and further away from the Aristotelian view in a way that just can't be reconciled with it. So anyway, that stuff's interesting. I've gone slightly off topic of the slide in front of us. There's something else that jumps out at me, which I find really interesting. Is he's put grounds existence and ultimate explanation. And hang on a minute. Why are they separate things, or in what sense? How is he thinking of this? Because if we're talking about, the ultimate grounding for everything that exists, as we would say, a samad, right? He's the independent one upon which everything else depends, and ultimately all roads lead back to him one way or another. How is the idea of ultimate explanation distinct from that?
It's not.
Well, but then what does he mean by it? Because he's put it in as a separate thing, and he talks about them as being separate ideas. And so this leads me to wonder how he's thinking of explanation. Because remember, for someone embedded in the ideas of cosmology and particle physics and so on, explanation is, throw some hypothesis at the wall, many as you can, and see which ones stick.
Yeah.
And so he's just basically saying, well, this one for the theist always works, and that's why one of the reasons he distrusts it. A couple of interesting points to pick up on that one, but I'm not sure if I should pick them up here or later.
It kind of, it's interesting you bring that up, because it goes back to that point I was thinking. Because a lot of things that he's differentiated, you kind of wonder that on what grounds are you differentiating these things, Yeah. So that's a really good point, Subhanallah.
Yeah, a first cause and unmoved mover as well. It's pretty difficult to differentiate those, and maybe he's just padding things out so that it looks aesthetically nice as a list. but I think what's interesting here is he said it might not be your favorite, and it's very condescending. It might not be your favorite notion of God. It's like, well, hang on a minute. You're supposed to be taking on actual concepts of God that people actually hold. Now, that can't be just one of these alone, because you find nobody who believes God is nothing but the first cause. You really don't. There were some philosophers tried to argue this position, perhaps, but I mean, nobody walking around on the street saying, I believe in God, has that as the conception, first cause and nothing else. So it's not one of these things in isolation, but it's also not all of these things together, and it's also not an arbitrary pick and mix of them, and it's also not comprehensive. There's a lot of other important factors, and again, this comes back to imagine someone picked a couple of laws of thermodynamics and left the rest, or inserted their own version of the laws, and then instead of saying entropy always is constant or increases in a closed system, they say entropy it always increases, and they leave out the bit about can be constant. And then they go on and show, here's a situation where entropy is constant, so your law is wrong, so you're wrong. It's like, no, you got the law wrong in the first place. You got the foundations wrong. That's where the contradiction comes from. But again, he just doesn't seem to care. When it comes to something religion labeled, he doesn't seem to care about whether or not he's represented it fairly. And if we look at this emergent side in particular, it can't really problem. God is love. I mean, yeah, there are some Christians who will, say that, but again, that's not
Mhm.
really consistent with any of this sort of, analytical stuff, and certainly not consistent. As DeAndre, beautifully came in and raised something that people often come up with. The source of love is very different, and his problem with these emergent things, as he'll go on to describe, would disappear if he was to take the Islamic equivalents of them. But then God as the universe, well, this is pantheism. Well,
Yep.
this is not, the same as this necessary being, right? It can't be, because the universe could have been another way. Well, this is interesting, because he'll then just move the goalpost of what the universe is and say the universe is the multiverse.
And I love the fact that the heading, or whether we would call it a heading, or the subtext that he gives to the last one, and he calls it rhetorical.
Yeah, I mean, here's one of the funny things, like conceptions of God. Okay, here's probably the most succinct conception from the Islamic paradigm. Let's test it out. Surah Al-Ikhlas. Huwa Allahu Ahad. Oh, yeah.
Your mic just cut out, Brother Islam. Your mic just cut out. We can't hear you.
Oh no.
No, we can hear you, but something
you can
happened.
hear me now.
Yeah. Now it's good.
I know what it is. It's this damned. What I'm going to do is I'm going to close WhatsApp, because when it comes in with a notification,
Okay.
it kills my vibe, my audio. Yeah. So okay. So whereas he is one, indivisible, any of those kind of ideas in this conceptions of God, the most foundational aspect, like where is that? Like that's not here. Allahu as-Samad. Okay, so where is self-sufficient? I mean, you can argue it's in necessary being, perhaps, but it's not. Necessary being doesn't in any way capture or sufficiently capture this as-Samad concept. So the things about, and it's interesting because the things about dependency and self-sufficiency, or some domain of self-sufficiency, is really as fundamental as you get towards this concept of deity at all. Arguably anything that's said to be independent is to some degree regarded as a deity.
Yep.
And so this idea of dependent and independent is not there. Lam yalid wa lam yulad, right? Neither begets nor begotten. There's nothing in here about that. Was he born or did he give birth? There's just nothing about it here, and one could argue, again, necessary being means he's not begotten. Okay, but it doesn't talk about begets. Walam yakun lahu kufuwan ahad, and there's none other like him. Here's what's interesting is not only is his uniqueness completely absent from here. In fact, Carroll's consistently arguing the opposite, that the concept of God is not unique. He's arguing that the concept of God is this woolly bucket that you can conjure whatever you want. But no, that's the concept of God that naturalists hold. That's the straw man they keep punching.
And there was another, Brother Islam, there was another very interesting thing he said. I'm sorry I cut you off, but remember he said this is one of the reasons why God is a bad theory, because there's so many of them. Remember?
Yeah.
And the thing is that with that line of thinking, why that line of thinking is so bad, like even if you imply it within a scientific framework, if there's so many theories about something, then you should just discard all of them, and you should just say, well, there's so many theories, so it's just a bad theory. We should just discard it.
Imagine he applied the same standard to particle physics and said, oh, well, everyone's coming out with these ideas of different particles like every week, and they're throwing up all these different theories. And in fact, people can't even agree on exactly what a particle is, more or less, unless they just talk about the mass and forget anything about what is this thing. And so you could say, well, this is all terrible theory. No one really agrees on which particles are possible or plausible or not plausible, and so on. So we're just going to throw the whole thing out because there's so many different ideas, and well, okay. Again, it's another double standard.
Exactly. Yeah.
I mean, for me, the idea that there's lots of different conceptions just makes a lot of sense because human beings are fallible. So human beings will have different misunderstandings. And this is the thing. He loves to frame it in this dirtily condescending way of saying, "Oh, not your favorite one," right? As if here's all these different, unique, distinct concepts of God. And it's like, they're all basically variants of monotheism. And yeah, people can get the wrong end of the stick one way or another. Just like, and this is the thing, he's not just talking about the high level philosophers who have got really clear, grounded, conceptions of God that they've really thought about and really tried to make tight. He's including the ideas that every random Joe on the street has, and that's one of the things he's appealing to, right? But if you include the ideas that every random Joe on the street has about physics, you also include a bunch of complete nuts, inconsistent insanity. Most people just don't understand things like photons or electrons, or even
that's such a good point.
So this is another very, very big double standard for me. Is what gets included in the analysis. He would include random layman's ideas and say, "Oh no, you can't exclude those. What people think God is," but you wouldn't permit that for physics. And yet, if he was only tackling really well constructed, well thought out, philosophical descriptions of the ideas of God and his relationship with creation and the universe, well, it would just be above his head, because he's, like he says, he's not a trained theologian. He would be like someone who's just done basic high school physics going and reading a journal paper on quantum electrodynamics. It'd be way out of his depth, so he doesn't tackle it. So there we go. Anyway, I think we've done this slide well enough. Hello? Oh no. SMK's loading. SMK, I got a loading screen for you. You disappeared.
Am I back?
Yeah, you're
back.
You're back.
Okay. Yeah, I think StreamYard glitched out a little bit. Everything's good now? Yes?
Yeah, alhamdulillah, it's good now. Okay. I was just saying I think we've done enough on this slide for now.
I could hear you. So, okay, let's go.
Sustain the universe, an unmoved mover, a first cause, a necessary being, various philosophical notions that are not necessarily empirical in the same way that scientific theories are. This kind of God is one that just is something that we need in this conception to make sense of the universe, not something that necessarily is going around poking around in the universe and intervening it and changing the physical laws. The active conception of God is a more personal idea. Often people will define God as a kind of person. Just as often they will say that God is not a person. But there's this conception of God as someone who cares about life here on earth, cares about human beings, cares both in the sense that he wants us to succeed, but also sometimes he judges us, and sometimes a little harshly. It depends on how far you want to go, but God will pass down moral guidance, will set up an afterlife for you that you'll be sorted once you die, and so forth. There's various uses that this sort of more active God has to perform. And finally, there's what I like to call an emergent idea of God, which is to say that God not as a fundamental category, but God as a way of talking about aspects of the universe that you could also choose to talk about in different ways. God is the laws of nature. God is the orderliness of the cosmos. God is the universe itself, or God is love, or God is our feeling of awe and transcendence as we approach the universe. And these different conceptions of God have different justifications for them.
Just pause for a second. I was just laughing. Who says God is the laws of physics? Who worships the laws of physics other than people like Sean Carroll, who doesn't realize how much he worships what he worships, because he doesn't count it as worship. If you call a cat a dog, it doesn't change its nature, right? But his dedication and devotion of his life to these things and the sacrifices he makes for it, oh no, that's not worship. Why not? Oh,
True.
because double standards.
Hmm.
And this is, in Islam, it's clear worship, and the question would be, is he doing it for the sake of Allah or for something else? And that would determine whether it's valid or invalid worship.
Mhm.
But yeah. Anyway, I forgot why I originally wanted to pause that. What did he just say?
We can go back and listen.
Oh, go on, do the last 10 seconds.
Of the cosmos. God is the universe itself, where God is love, where God is our feeling of awe and transcendence as we approach the universe. And these different conceptions
God is our feeling of awe and transcendence as we approach the universe.
Oh yeah.
What I
Oh no, I
was-
remembered now. I was saying about God is the laws of physics. The only people who would say that, ironically, really are the naturalists, who are the ones who will say maybe they'll accept pantheism, so it's not a real God, and then they'll say, oh no, this thing that you're calling God, I will call the laws of the universe. That'll be my necessary being.
Just really quickly, I've been quiet because I'll let you guys kind of take over. I'm just doing stuff for school, but he made a reference to a statement called "the God is love." Now, the background of that statement, the origin of that statement, is actually Christian, because it's actually mentioned in 1 John chapter 4 verse 8. He says God is love, but the Christian philosophers like Aquinas make that a literal statement about God's identity, meaning that God is identical to love, and God is identical to all of the attributes that he has. So with that statement, he's producing a Christian account of God, and he's saying that a specific framework of God is a general framework of God, which is actually not correct.
Yeah, for sure. I think this is a point that was highlighted earlier as well, is he doesn't know any different. Remember, from his paradigm, basically Christianity, European view of Christianity from the post-Dark Ages period, is the paragon, the epitome, the best version that we ever had, because everyone else is primitive and stupid compared to the European white man. This is the paradigm they've been starting on. So if they can tackle Christianity, they can tackle everything. Everything's subordinate or less than it. And so this is the only views he knows and's been exposed to and thinks are worth looking into in any depth. And he thinks it's comprehensive. I kind of know where he's coming from in a way, because I was the same position. The difference is I was 19. He's getting on a bit to have not bothered.
A bit. And it kind of goes back to what we were talking about earlier. It's that same era. It's that quote unquote Enlightenment mindset, that the way they tackled it, the way the white man did it in the mid 16th century, and he did it then, and it was just, that was it. So,
I mean, obviously Thomas Aquinas was long before this, but it's sort of a lot of other ideas were thrown away by those philosophers and so on. So it's what stays, it's what sticks. But whatever was extant in that European period, that was kind of the height of intellectual understanding of God from their view. And so once they tackled that, they feel like they've tackled all of monotheism, or all the Abrahamic faith as they would view it. And because everything else is going to be inferior, obviously, to them.
Obviously,
that's just axiomatic. And I don't think they realized the extent of this, because I certainly didn't from my perspective. But this was one of the things that really hit me hard, is if you suspend your atheist tendency for disbelief, selective skepticism, ridicule, double standards, and you actually allow it space to develop as an idea and form as an idea in your mind, as much as you allowed space of other ideas like naturalism or other concepts of God, then you will be able to start assessing, and you'll be shocked at how well it works and fits together and relates to reality and so on. And so really what the common thread I see is it's around battling it and not allowing it to establish. It's about not allowing it to become clear in the first place, because once it's allowed in the brain, that's it. And so they fight that tooth and nail. And one of the examples of this is what counts as evidence or what counts as proof. Physics depends upon cumulative cases. You cannot have anything basically that we have in physics without building up a cumulative case of ideas, evidences, many different experiments, and so on. And so this is the way you end up getting some kind of level of belief in these underlying ideas and their truth. And you can't have it without the cumulative cases. There's no one-shot proof that you must definitely, I'll give me 30 minutes and one shot, and I'll prove everything in physics. It's nuts, right?
Brother Isam, are you trying to say that you need a lot of theories? Is that what you're trying to say?
Well, quite apart from the lot of theories, it's this thing of saying, okay, so piece of evidence A to Z, right? A and B and C on their own, they're not conclusive. And actually, even all the way to Z, it's not conclusive, but the cumulative case of all of these evidences, of all of these experimental outcomes, of all of these different, mathematical frameworks that you can apply, and some of them work and some of them don't. This cumulative buildup of pieces of evidence, none of which are conclusive on their own, is what eventually lends credibility to the institutionally accepted basket of theories or major theories, right? But when it comes to something that's tagged religion, and Islam in particular, any piece of evidence is either absolutely, completely unambiguous and definitive in and of its own right, or it's cast out and they say that's not evidence at all. So if they can imagine another explanation, then it doesn't count as evidence. Even for God, even if it's consistent with God, and you say, well, this is consistent with my view. If it's consistent with any other view they can think of, they throw it out, and they don't say, okay, I give it, that doesn't differentiate much for me. They say that's not evidence for God. That comes up all the time. Say, no, give me something that is conclusive evidence for God. And this is where I start to push and say, well, where's your conclusive evidence for the existence of the electron? Where's your conclusive evidence for basically anything? And each piece of evidence on its own is not conclusive. You have to take it in line with the basket of all the other stuff. And so cumulative cases are this massive double standard. And if you allow the cumulative case to be put forward for Islam, for example, that's how you, by putting forward the cumulative case, you also put forward a clear picture of it. And once you have a clear picture of it, that's what starts to undermine the sort of foundations of reality for other people. And so I think they subconsciously fight it and then try and logically justify it later. But this is a really clear pattern I see is people having this double standard for what counts as evidence and a legitimate case. And I think partly it's also due to the whitewashing of the history of physics and how it's taught, right? You're only taught about the major theory and its major competitor, and people tend to believe that the experiment came out and it was decisive, and you get this sanitized view of the history of physics, whereas in reality you've got tons of different ideas and a very messy kind of system and battle to come to what they've currently settled on. And this is interesting because there's you got to think about what is being proved here, and a lot of people are thinking methodological naturalism is somehow being proved as the best approach. There's a very interesting anecdote which I don't think is historically real, but is often taught in statistics classes, where it's a scam, right? So imagine you had a big email list of people and you emailed out, and let's say for the sake of argument it's horse racing, and you say, I've got a bunch of insider tips on horse racing, and I can give you tips about who's going to win and how much they're going to win by. And what they do is then divide the bunch of people they've got up into different groups, and they send different predictions to all the different groups, right? And then whoever, a bunch of them got the wrong prediction, fine, ignore them. Now you focus on the group that got the correct predictions. Now you subdivide them again, and now you give them all different predictions, right? And then you throw away the ones who got the wrong prediction. Now you have a group of people who've had 2 correct predictions in a row. From their perspective, they don't know about the others. They think, wow, this guy's just correctly predicted things 2 in a row. You do a few iterations of this, and then you've got the guy on the hook. This guy now thinks you really definitely have insider information. You've got really good insight. We can put our faith in this guy, and that's when, at least hypothetically, the scammer comes in. And it's to do with statistical bias and confirmation bias and all that kind of thing. But think about it, that mechanism, really, this is how physics has developed, particularly since the 1920s. Well, actually, since the 1930s, I would say, because people started getting these, to posit all this kind of stuff. And this is because of how Hilbert came in and changed the game of how maths and physics relate to each other. So after then, it was, we could just throw whatever axioms you want, and as long as it's consistent, it's just as good as anything else. Awesome, cool. As soon as that became the game, that's when the statistical trick came into play, because now there's this huge bunch of tens of thousands, now maybe hundreds of thousands, but at least tens of thousands of physicists making all these different ideas and predictions, and all the ones that are wrong you don't hear about. You just they're only heard about in some niche community, and then something comes through and it turns out to be on a good track. It turns out to be useful and viable, and it somehow worked as a so-called prediction. Then that one gets touted, and then we're now about 3 iterations deep in that.
Would you say that this is exactly the same thing that they did with modern synthesis?
With what? Sorry.
With modern synthesis.
What do you mean with modern synthesis?
In regards to the evolutionary model.
Oh, it's very, very similar. Very similar, actually, because the underlying idea isn't really tested. It's the framework that's assumed, right?
Exactly.
Survival of the f of x, right?
Yep.
F is any function whatsoever that happened to work. And so, yes, they will update their specifics of a theory in light of new evidence. They think that something came before something else, and then they find it in a deeper layer, and they'll switch that around or something, or they find whatever the evidence is. They might update something, but nothing can even in principle falsify the underlying idea of that framework, which is that selection biases of what have led to and describe everything. Nothing challenges that. It's not in any way being falsified. It's only the subclasses, the particular implementations of it compared to each other that can be relatively falsified.
Yep.
Yeah.
You as you were talking about it, the same exact thing was flowing in my mind, that even now it's so systemic that you're taught that this is how it works. And anything that doesn't add up to this, that just means that the explanation isn't there yet, but this is the only conclusion that you can reach.
Yeah, but also the whatever is the best explanation at a time is taught as if it's as good as definitely true. And the asterisk that says ober epistemic humility is just a fake asterisk. It reminds me of these, how some sheikhs genuinely have humility in the way they express what they're saying about the Quran, for example, and then they will end what they say with wa Allahu alam, to emphasize that they have this epistemic humility. And then you see some people who preach, this is the thing, such and such, this if you don't have this akida, takfir, blah blah blah, or wa Allahu alam, and they just you know what I mean? I know what you mean. It's like sometimes it's look, this asterisk, and but I might be wrong, is not really reflecting the way you are talking with such certainty and all this kind of stuff. Whereas some people have genuine humility in the way, in expressing where they are unsure, and then make clear the differences where they think they're relatively confident.
Absolutely.
So it's exactly like that. That's sort of the religious version of it, if you like. and yeah, the way it's taught is, people say, evolution isn't a theory, it's a fact. It's like, no, hang on a minute, what's the facts here? What is, the evidences are factual, great, but they don't in any way contradict the Islamic paradigm, for example. They're just ayat. It just gives us more information on how Allah did what He did.
Mm-hmm.
So what?
Or confirm what you want them to confirm. That's not there either.
and this is the thing, is if it follows some optimization function, like, Allah optimizes things just like we would predict or expect from if we were to bother, this takes me on to another sort of side point, actually, that I'm not sure Carroll addresses in this talk, but in another talk. On a lot of things, he says that religion failed to predict this. So people are looking back now and saying, oh, this is something you might expect under theism. But they didn't make that prediction, before. So too late. Bad luck. We made the prediction. Us naturalists made the prediction. And it's like the amount of hubris involved in that. If you think about it, back when Europe was climbing out of the Dark Ages, Baghdad had more books just in its main library than the entirety of Europe. Mm-hmm. Right? And all of those books ended up getting ransacked and burned and all this kind of stuff. So we can't claim that people didn't make these predictions before. Yep. That's not true. Anyway, so interesting side point there. Go on, we've paused it again on a really unflattering picture. We should try and pause it on a slightly more flattering picture. I feel like I'm being unfair to him.
Okay, we're just rolling the dice, the evolutionary dice.
Of God have different justifications for them. The passive notion of God just in the background can be attempted to be justified on purely logical grounds, just by thinking about how the universe might be. The more active conception of God is going to be essentially an empirical argument, that the best way to explain the universe we see is to imagine that God is doing these things in an active sense. Whereas the emergent idea of God is a more rhetorical move. And I don't mean that in any disparaging way. It's a way of talking about the universe that we see. So I'm actually not going to be talking about this third category. My personal belief, for those of you who are fascinated by it, is that I don't see any need to talk about the universe in that vocabulary. But if you want to, I won't stop you. What I'm more interested in for the purposes of this talk are the conceptions of God that introduce God as a separate metaphysical category that we have something to do with. And I'll start with these more philosophical metaphysical arguments in favor of God. I think that as a scientist, the second category is more relevant, but I do have to get this one out of the way before we can move on to the second one. So what does it mean, and what is the role played by God as an unmoved mover, as an Aristotelian first cause, God as a necessary being? Very often, if you ask theologians, how would the universe be different if God did not exist? They will say, I cannot imagine a universe in which God does not exist, therefore I cannot answer that question. To me, as a scientist, there's a huge problem right from the start with this kind of reasoning, which is that the whole strategy is one based on some a priori metaphysics. That is to say, this is very much armchair philosophizing in the best sense of the word, sitting down, thinking about all the possible ways the world can be, and concluding that those ways must somehow involve the idea of God. There's no step in that process in which you actually go out and look at how the universe actually is. You don't need to in this way of thinking about it, because you can just argue logically that God must be part of the universe.
Pause that for a second.
My firm belief
There's so many things to say. One is actually to raise, people should look into this. I won't go into too much detail. There's good videos on it. Something called the Raven paradox. Have you heard of it?
Yeah, I've heard of the Raven paradox.
Yeah, it's where you can, use your Bayesian theory essentially and deductions and think that with this method you are deducing something about ravens by sitting at home in your armchair and thinking about white tennis shoes or whatever. Mm-hmm. It's an interesting one. So here's what strikes me here is I don't think he realizes how much the foundation of physics, and ironically in particular quantum physics that he's so into, the very basis of that is this armchair physics.
Exactly.
Because the actual details, if you like, how to make these armchair ideas work and connect to reality, yes, that's done by looking at experiments. Yeah, of course. But the sort of founding underlying ideas, that they then start working with, they come from sitting and thinking about what must be or what could be and so on and so forth. I mean, This is how Lagrangians really work. It's just, here's all the things that could be, and then you stick constraints on that framework and come up with a particular model. But anyway, there is something legitimate he's pointing to there, which is people going too far in some sense. So, for example, classic example, Aristotle's earth, air, fire, water. These 4 elements, and yeah, if you really work really hard, you can squidge everything into the 4 elements model. But you got to work really hard, and it's not very useful. And so we say, yeah, that's not a good framework. It's not a good foundation for talking about stuff. So I think that's kind of more what he's aiming at when he's saying it's unsuccessful. But here's the funny thing is, it was remarkably successful. It survived for 1,000 years. People used it in a lot of stuff that actually became, well understood chemistry and physics later and so on. They misunderstood some stuff, but they understood a lot of stuff, and it hung around for a very long time. So I don't know what metric he's using for successful, but again, on this double standards team, basically how long something can hang around and not be until it's disproven is kind of his metric. So, I don't know. I think he should be a bit careful, at least, with these assertions that he's making, where it's empirically not a good way of doing things.
And I think the caveat you added for the stream is a very relevant one, because I think this is what the 4th double standard we've picked up on now, and we're what? How many minutes in? 7 minutes in.
Oh yeah, well, I haven't counted how many he specifically did in this video versus how many was pointing out from his other work or other videos I've seen. So maybe we can tear this up into a bunch of shorts and count them. I don't know.
Agreed. But yeah, exactly that. That the critique that you're providing on someone else's paradigm, on someone else's framework, it's such a double standard when you don't admit that same critique applies to your own framework that you are, saying is superior to any other.
Well, here's the interesting thing, right? And I used to justify this as special rules rather than double standards, right? So when I was atheist, there's this whole system that justifies double standards, but because things have been pre-classified into different categories, and there's reasons why you apply different rules on different categories of things. And the analogy is the classic, terrorists versus freedom fighters. If someone fits in the category of terrorist, you get to judge them differently. You get to, treat them differently than someone who's in the freedom fighter category. But if that's an a priori rather than a posteriori category, then you've got a problem of prejudice, and this is sort of where we are with naturalists like Carroll, and he doesn't realize he's applying the double standards. And I used to do exactly the same thing. This is one of the things that initially knocked me off my socks when Kareem was saying to me why the double standards, in particular reference to the willingness for me to start with a hypothesis or an axiom and take it seriously before I then sort of subject it to the verification with comport to reality, as opposed to demanding that it comport to reality before I even understand it.
Shall we continue?
Yeah, let's see if nearly 2 hours into the stream and about 5 minutes into this video. I don't think we're doing a very good job.
Not a very good job.
This kind of reasoning has never taught us anything true and interesting about the actual world. That is not to say that armchair thinking without going out and looking at the world is not useful in any way. It's extremely useful. Mathematics, logic, other branches of philosophy and formal inquiry are not empirical in nature. They don't involve going out and looking at the actual world. They reason in an a priori sense, but they also don't reveal interesting truths about the actual world.
Applause.
Consequences.
Yeah.
Where does he see geometry? I'm asking you, Sean, if you ever see this video, where does geometry sit? Because is there something where you just have different axioms for different geometries and it's this armchair ideas and stuff, or is this something that actually comes from interaction with the physical world in the first place. You know, think about what I was saying about whether it's an actual experiment that you do, this experimental apparatus, and then this associated theory. And this is important because geometry really was the foundation of mathematics.
Mhm.
He does a lot of interesting talks and relies heavily on complex numbers, but the history of the complex numbers, as taught, you know, normally just to physicists and mathematicians and so on, is very, very deceptive. And so I think this is almost something that needs its own stream. But it's this history. If you look at the sort of alternative history, you look at the role of the relationship between algebra and arithmetic and geometry and proportions in the Islamic framework, you don't get any weirdness to do with complex numbers. They're just sort of quite naturally what you'd expect when you know this stuff relates to triangles. So there's a lot of things that he thinks comes from separate armchair axiomatics that actually in its real history of its development comes from geometry. And he will probably class geometry as being, you know, part of this pure maths thing rather than being part of this connected to the world, to the real world reality thing. So and this is very, very significant because you essentially can't do much of physics without geometry. Certainly not the stuff that we call fundamental physics, because you can do statistical stuff without geometry, but not the fundamental stuff.
And wouldn't all of that come under armchair thinking?
Well, this is the thing. He just put maths and stuff that's based on logic under the armchair thinking. Said it's not about connecting to reality. This is why I wanted to stop it and say, where's geometry? And where's maths without geometry?
Exactly.
Before we continue, I just want to say I did geometry in high school. Hated it every second.
Oh, well, maybe it was the way it was taught. Maybe I'll teach a halal geometry course and you'll love it.
I'll pass.
So there's a brother who I think wants to say something.
Okay. Time, hello?
Hello, can you hear me? I don't have headphones right now. Is there any problem with you hearing me? Any echo?
No, you're coming through clear enough for now.
Okay, well, I look at this like a classic definition of straw man. You may have been atheist or whatever, but you don't have no right to speak for atheists. Just like I don't have any right to speak for atheists. I consider myself as an atheist right now. Now, like you said, I've been watching this video for 2 hours and only been 5 minutes into. So I just got into it into y'all stream. So I assume that you've been adding your interpretation of what this guy has been saying more than you've been playing what he's been saying. For you to be 5 minutes into the video, but playing the stream for 2 hours.
Oh, we're nearly 8 minutes in. No, I mean we've largely been talking a lot about the background, historical background, and other positions. Actually, a lot of it's been talking about my own position and my own journey. So I used to be a theist, and a lot of it's talking about maths and physics in a much more general sense to set the background. We also had a guy come in and talk about Christianity for a little bit, so it took a bit of a detour as well.
And
exactly. So it's been mainly your perspective and not Sean Carroll's words when the stream is titled Sean Carroll. I forgot what it's. I know it says something
double
about
standards.
Sean Carroll.
Yeah. So what we've done is pick on the double standards. Some of them have been, that he's directly expressed in the stream, and we have to go, and it takes a lot longer to pick it apart. Each sentence that he takes can take 5-10 minutes to pick apart and explain. But also a lot of it is because, I followed a lot of his work, right? I graduated in theoretical physics about 17 years ago. Sean Carroll used to be one of my heroes. I followed his work for a long time, and I've seen all of his videos on this stuff. I know his position very well. I also understand his specialty area very well, his cosmology and quantum theory and so on. So, I am adding in a lot of background from understanding him, and it's not all just a superficial what I've decided to take from this video right now. yeah, that's true. We're adding a lot more added value here than just that. Sorry?
Well, it seemed like to me you know his position better than him if you're on 8 minutes in and you've been talking about him for 2 hours. But to answer your question about geometry, you can see geometry in nature when you build, as you say, you know physics and whatnot. Then you know that you can use trigonometry to calculate the forces and like building, not just using the geometric shapes to build bridges and stuff, but you can calculate the forces using trigonometry for like electrical problems and the space time. You should know about the Lorentz effect and the space time uses the Pythagoras theorem and
We
stuff
spoke
like
about
that.
the Lorentz transformations. Careful with the Pythagoras theorem, no, because Pythagoras is a squared plus b squared equals c squared, and space-time Lorentz invariance is a squared minus b squared is c squared. That crucial difference is what makes it hyperbolic geometry in the first place.
But
That's
it's
why
still
it's so weird.
the point still stands. It's still geometry used in nature, so you can see how that works. All that he was saying there is without deductive reasoning or revelation, like what you guys like to call it, is useful. Yes, you can use it, but without abductive testing and experimentation, that's all it is just mental. It's something in your mind, an artifact in your mind, which could be just placebo, and you don't know. Like somebody who think they can fly, they for some reason to revelation or deductive reason, believe they can fly, and they try to jump off a bridge or a roof or something. The reality will show them the error in their ways.
Yeah. So what we're talking about here is the stuff that you can sit down and take a bunch of axioms and make a bunch of deductions based on those axioms. This stuff is useful, and it is a useful framework, and it has been very, very useful historically in the older development of physics and the sciences, and also in modern development of physics and sciences. Now, when it comes to making contact with reality between those logical frameworks and reality, then yes, you need to look at nature and do experiments and so on. No one's disagreeing with that. The thing we were pointing out was the way he put it in terms of this sort of armchair philosophy. First of all, for example, I was saying with Aristotle's armchair ideas of earth, air, fire, and water, people managed to squeeze things into that framework, all kinds of empirical observations that they made for over 1,000 years, 2,000 years, in fact, managed to squeeze it into that framework and still make it fit somehow. So
you can make anything. For you, if you try to spit a square plug in a round hole, eventually you can make it go. But the truth of the matter is that the effectiveness of the predictive value is what provides what demonstrates the truth. Science often describes knowledge as the use of data and/or information to predict the behavior of a system better than 90%. Like if I can predict what you will do better than 90%, then I got knowledge of you and how you operate. So that's how that's all he was saying there.
well, and
And
yeah, this we covered earlier, and again, it takes some time. That's where we covered this nature of predictions, and what are we actually learning from predictions, and how they can be used to con people. Because if you make lots of different predictions, but you only focus on the ones that actually work, then people can get this idea that you have insight that you don't actually have. And we use the horse racing scam as a classic example, which is taught in statistics classes. It's well known. Did you catch that part of the stream or not?
no, I just came in within the last couple of minutes, or when I seen.
Oh, okay, I see. Well, so in summary, basically, there's a big difference in predictions. So this is where people often get muddled up, as your example showed. There's a big difference between predictions within a particular already well-defined model and well understood and well-tested model versus predictions in some brand new hypothesized model where so for example, if I have a circuit, let's say it's got some electrical components in it, if I predict what voltages I'm going to measure in that circuit, and then I stick a battery on it and I get those voltages that match my predictions, well, it's not really a prediction. It looks like a prediction, maybe, but all it is saying does the mathematical model I used actually match up with the circuit I built? Have I made a mistake or not? Because all it is a descriptive system, and so if it so-called matches the prediction, it just means, yeah, I used the right description for the circuit I built. That's all you know. And that's distinct from, for example, Einstein's general relativity, where he predicted that light was going to bend around a star, because that was, you know, an entirely novel prediction that no one would get from their other theories, and so that then lent more credibility to Einstein's ideas. Do you see the difference?
Yeah, and what you describing is called a reasonable expectation. Once your predictions have been tried and tested and be true better than 90% of the time, like I was saying before, that becomes knowledge, and then after that, it's no longer be called a prediction. Is a reasonable expectation. The light bending, after they tested it with that solar eclipse, I forgot what year, when they tested and they found out that they did it, and they had been testing it 100. Now you got to keep in mind that science always try to prove everything that it does wrong. And then,
oh really, that's just
yeah. Yeah, I mean, if you which do you think would be which do you think that I'll become more famous for right now if I was a scientist, to prove Einstein right or prove Einstein wrong? What you think would make me where I get more of my money and my accolades from, if I could actually demonstrate how Einstein is right, or if I could demonstrate how he's wrong? What do you think?
Well, it depends. Who are you looking for accolades from?
Well, science, of course. The people that study the scientific method. If we're gonna put science on trial, and let's just use science as
well, I mean, okay. Well, so if you were to prove Einstein right, shall we say, then that's really puts you in the Roger Penrose camp. Roger Penrose is the one that thinks basically Einstein was right about general relativity, and that quantum theory is the thing that needs to change in order to be able to unify the two. He's a very, very minority camp. He was a Nobel Prize winner on this stuff. He's very highly regarded. And if he succeeds in that, then yeah, he would probably get the highest of accolades, because he's this tiny minority that would suddenly have turned around everyone in physics to take his view that Einstein was essentially right insofar as general relativity goes, and that the other theories need to adapt. So it depends. What I'm saying is, it depends what bunch of people. If you're talking about the masses, like, there's something about Einstein was wrong that is basically clickbait, and people love to hear it. So yeah, maybe you'd write more books about it.
No, I'm not just talking about clickbait and just using salacious statements to get on in the zeitgeist. What I'm saying is actually demonstrating that Einstein is wrong. If I demonstrate that Einstein is wrong, I would be worldwide famous. I win the Nobel Prize immediately. And you know these things, man. You know the science.
No, it's not true. I mean, Einstein made lots of statements that were wrong. And they've been proven wrong, you know, lots of different times. I doubt you can name some of the physicists who have proved. Can you name some of the things he said that are now viewed as wrong, and who proved them as wrong?
The argument he had with Schrodinger and quantum entanglement. And that's part of the reason why Schrodinger is so popular now, because Schrodinger won that argument. That's the whole point. Is
he won the argument?
Yeah, well, he won the argument, and his concept of quantum mechanics is what is now presented as fact or whatever you want to call it. I'm at a loss for words, but I'll just say facts for right now. And that is part of the reason why he is in the Science Hall of Fame, is because he.
What do you mean by his version of quantum mechanics is the one that's fact now? What does that even mean?
Because what is that? The Copenhagen.
But that's Niels Bohr.
Yeah, and Schrodinger.
And Schrodinger. You know why Schrodinger made the Schrodinger's cat thought experiment? Was to ridicule the ideas that Bohr was. So you've got things really mixed up. Like, Schrodinger wrote the wave equation, yeah, but ironically he wrote the Klein-Gordon equation first. They were talking about, you know, trying to make it relativistic, and then Schrodinger equation comes later. But yeah, putting that stuff aside, so yeah, that's one of the main equations. But then you also have matrix mechanics, which is like the opposite way of doing stuff, and then people realize that they're actually different mathematical formulations of the same thing underneath. And so no, it's not really that one won over the other. And in terms of conceptions of quantum mechanics, no, Schrodinger was, if anything, more in Einstein's camp than most other people.
No,
where he was thinking
they argue greatly over.
It was Max Born who thought that people thought that the probability was the good thing to do.
I may have misspoke, but the thing what they argued about was quantum entanglement, because Einstein called the effects of quantum entanglement spooky action at a distance, and Einstein said something to the effect of why does God do something like that, and then Schrodinger told him stop telling God what to do, and that right there is part of the reason why he's considered a great scientist in his field, because he was able to outthink Einstein in that certain category. And it's not really about Einstein. It's about
it's not historically true. That's not why Schrodinger is famous and well regarded. It's just not true.
That's part of the reason. I didn't say it was I didn't say it was the only reason. I said it's part of the reason why. Because the fact of the matter is, if you can present something that actually works, that goes against the popular thought at that time, then you will be regarded as a great thinker in science. And you know this, man. You know that science doesn't try to of everybody trying to jump on the same bandwagon. If you can demonstrate something wrong with the popular belief of the time, then you will be held in great regards.
Yes. If you can demonstrate, and this is why I mentioned, Penrose, for example, if he ends up winning, he'll be held in legendary status, because he's the minority view and overturns what the majority view is. That's really what we're pointing at here. People are viewed as in some way greater or more influential the more they change the status quo. But in terms of Nobel Prize winners, for example, no, most Nobel Prize winners are not granted the prize for overturning previous understandings in some deep way. That's just not how that works. Like
it's very hard to do.
This is why I was asking what you mean by accolades. But I think anyway, we may be getting lost in the weeds, because your previous point was to try and say science focuses on disproving rather than proving itself, right?
And scientific method. Always try to prove yourself wrong. Because I mean, if you think you're right and you prove yourself right, you would do it every time, no matter if you
right.
if you
now,
wrong or not.
Who tries to prove who right and who tries to prove who wrong?
Well, I like I said, I used to be a Christian, and but I know that I don't have the right to speak for any Christian straw man. But from the outside looking in, that's what it seems like what Christianity does. If you try to tell somebody the truth about something about their religion, they often don't want to hear it. They put their fingers in their ears. I seen grown people do that. They put their fingers in their ears and they be like, la la la. They don't want to hear what you have to say.
The same thing when I tell people about how physics actually works. Yeah.
I'm listening at you, and then to make matters even worse, where are you more likely to learn about the statistics of predictions coming right around in religion or in a science class that does a statistical class? Where you about to learn? Where would you learn that at? You're not going to learn that in religion.
Let me ask you a question. It's a great question on what you've just said. Where do I go to find statistics on how often physicists have made correct predictions and how often they've been wrong?
You can do it in a science class. They may not teach you.
No. You don't see this in a science class. If anything, maybe in a sociology class. But where can we find that data? Listen to what I'm saying. So this idea of methodological naturalism, right, that's been used in physics, right? Is it a good guide or not? Like, where do we go to look at the statistics and see, do people generally make good predictions or bad predictions based on this framework?
But you are not going to get that from a religious class, are you? A class that teaches religion, is that going to teach you how to do that? I mean, they may not give you those exact words to say go prove science.
No, because that would be a class about religion, not a class about the history and statistics in physics. And that's why I'm asking, where would I?
If you can't judge the predictive value of what's being offered to you using religion, then what good is it?
Well, but why would you use predictive value as your epistemic criteria for that?
I mean, didn't Jesus predict that the world was coming to an end soon, and it's been 2,000 years later? I take that as a 2,000-year margin of error, and that seemed like really that's poor performance. really
Well,
bad.
I
I
mean,
mean, if science did something like that, you wouldn't control. Imagine getting your car and
how
wondering if it's going to
how
go in
long is
2,000 years or not.
if I have 13.8 billion years and then 13.8 billion plus 2000, is that a small or a large margin of error?
But Jesus wasn't talking about that like that, man. And you know that, man. Come on, that is a
No,
red herring.
that sounds like an assumption and sounds like a projection that you projected onto him. I mean, in the
Oh, so
scale,
you think you saying
in the scale of the whole universe, saying the end is near if it's coming in a few thousand years is very accurate.
yeah, in the
What's
scale
the
of the whole
scale?
universe, I agree. But did Jesus say that in that context, or what did he or did he not say before you before the end the people that
Well, I
standing
mean,
right here
I
with
I
me
I, I don't
up there?
believe I don't believe that we have reliably preserved words of Jesus, but I mean,
I agree with you on that.
what's
I
what's
agree with
genuinely, but of what's generally attributed to him, then yeah, it's like the end is near. But
I
let's
agree
go
with
more
you
something
100%
that
on that.
more reliable. Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam, who I believe was telling the truth, yeah, said that the
Oh,
judgment day is very 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 close, right? You know,
well,
and
so you Muslim then, right?
yeah, and in many
Well,
ways
I
he.
apologize to you. I thought this was religion. I mean, Christianity. I
Oh,
don't
you're
know
right.
anything. I don't know anything about Islam to offer any type of critique value other than some of the things that I heard here and there, and it's all conjecture and hearsay. And so I won't present
Yeah.
any of that stuff towards you.
No worries. I mean, it's interesting because some of the stuff we've been going through is to say a lot of these sort of attacks on, you know, this atheism that sort of seems to be a much better approach than belief in God. Our argument is that this is relative to the white European colonial era conception of God that they had. And that's where all this argument stuff happened, and the sort of modern world settled on what it settled on. And then actually, you know, the Islamic framework is very, very different and works very, very well, and has a history of supporting science, particularly in Islamic Golden Age. And there are unique and important, albeit subtle, differences between the Islamic view and the Christian view. But we're not really doing it against Christian sort of thing. It's more looking at, you know, epistemology. How do you believe things? And ontology, you know, why do you believe certain ontological statements are true or not? And comparing the scientific method with, you know, the method, you know, I use or that other people might use to believe in God. Because I think a lot of.
I'm
Go
sorry.
on.
Go ahead. Please start.
I was just going to finish that off, hopefully finish it off, just say, because from my perspective, my standards of proof and evidence are very, very close, as analogous as we can get to the standards that are used in physics. You know, I used to be atheist and was raised to hate religion and think it's stupid. And then I went to study theoretical physics. And by the time I graduated, I was Muslim. And a lot of that was querying and questioning the double standards that I used and the arguments from incredulity and so on. And so that's a lot of why I'm sort of doing this now. Yeah.
Well, I agree with you on the fact, and to the fact that you said that the white people and science, they have been the spearhead of a lot of the stuff that's in science, and it has a lot of their bias and other stuff baked into it. But this is not their knowledge. This knowledge has been taken all over the world from hook or crook. They got a lot of contributions from Islam and cosmology and algebra and all kind of other stuff baked into this stuff too. This is not just no white man's type of knowledge. This is a worldwide knowledge that's been accumulated over the years. This would make it potent. This is humanity's endeavor. This is not white man. This is whole humanity's
Well, and
endeavor.
that's like all the inputs they took, yeah. But then if you look at the European, you know, outlooks, certainly up until about the 1940s and so on, the idea was, and the framework they took was that everyone else is inferior. Their way of pulling stuff together and viewing this is the superior one, and that was kind of their starting point. Like everyone else is inferior to their understanding, and that's why whatever understanding they had became the one that was taught in all the institutions that they had across the world. And this was part of the geopolitics, right? This is part of gaining influence and making sure everyone thinks the way you think. This is one of the reasons we're where we are. Because if you take the actual experiments that are done, right? They're actually pretty much all consistent with Islamic monotheism. If you look at like the development of electromagnetism, right, a major jump in you know, in the understanding of physics, it was actually Maxwell, Hamilton, and Tate, and particularly, you know, Maxwell and Tate were these three people that were basically standing alone against the rest of Europe, and these were three Christians, and they were, you know, staunch
That's what I was
believers in
about
God.
to say. Because Christianity would love to take credit. Now you sound like a Christian because they always defining their God as doing everything.
Well, but here's what's interesting though is actually they weren't really Christians, you know, following the normal dogma. They were, you know, believers in God sort of at that time, but they stood in contrast to what a lot of other people believed. But by the time you get to the you know 1900s, 1920s rewrite the history of physics, the whole role that kind of view played in the development of these ideas in the first place was whitewashed out of it, and it became, you know, this sort of new narrative. There's so much to go into here, but I mean, you're absolutely right what you said. The reality is it's a worldwide development of knowledge, you know, from people from Egypt, from across Africa, from India, from, you know, the
China,
Mesopotamians,
from America, from all over. But let me just say this one thing though, and I heard you speak on it a little bit earlier when I first got in the science has its roots in religion, and it came out of religious endeavors to try to find God, and the only the predictions and stuff became accurate the more and more that they got away from God. Like you said in the 1940s, because you keep in mind that the secular government in the United States happened in about 1776, around about that time, and the more we separate from the religious dogma of the past, the more they started trying to be more inclusive and get rid of that bias baked in the cake from the white religious types. And it's something that I feel is going away with the election of this our new president, who's coming, bringing all that stuff back, destroying all the knowledge that we've been gained in the past few years. Since then, that says that white man don't rule supreme. And it's all because basically in my book, I don't want to say like this a definitive statement, but from my perspective, it seems like the further we get away from those religious beliefs, where you believe you are the chosen one, you are chosen people, you got this and that and other, so therefore you are superior and everybody else is inferior to you. The more science get better, and the more inclusive it is, the more we eliminate the biases.
Well, and this is why which religion does make a difference. I mean, Muhammad Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam's final sermon, you know, he very clearly said there's no superiority of an Arab over a non-Arab. There's no superiority of a white man over a black man. This is baked into Islam. This was in his final sermon. This is really fundamental stuff. So yeah, had it been an Islamic rather than a Christian government, it might have been very, very different regarding segregation and so on. In fact, it should have been. But I think the thing that a lot of people don't realize is that if we stop labeling things as religion and non-religion and instead use an even standard and just call them all different systems of belief, different frameworks of belief, right?
Can you hear me?
Oh, now I can hear you now. Yeah.
I apologize, my phone is wrong, but finish your thought, man. My phone had wrong.
Oh, okay. I was saying, like, what makes sense to me is to not apply this religion label, because that can be prejudiced in itself, and to start thinking of them as frameworks or systems of belief. And then you realize that there are lots of different systems of belief. Some of them don't get the religion label, but maybe should. Right? There's a lot of beliefs about the market and the way the market works, which Adam Smith.
No, I have no idea who that is.
So he was a famous economist that came up with the idea of the markets being this independent, self-balancing thing. He famously said the invisible hand of the market, you know, is what sort of, you know, reorganizes it. And economists, you know, take this, basically his view of the market, and they say we need to make sacrifices for the market. You hear this all the time. Politicians say it and so on. So if you were to, and I won't go into too much detail on that, but this whole belief system around economics and economic theory and how markets work and so on, if you were to resurrect ancient Romans, ancient Greeks, you know, people from Egypt, whatever, and ask them, is this a god? Is this a deity? Is this a religion? Are they worshipping? They would say, yeah, of course, without a shadow of a doubt. That's exactly what we meant when we were using those terms and making statues and making sacrifices. Yeah, exactly. It's the
I
same
mean,
thing.
of course, religious people define everything as religion. I done seen a guy get a $500 super chat for being an atheist and his atheist stream, and the religious people in there thank God for it, while he trying to convince people to get away from God. But the point being of the matter is, why do you need a belief system when you can just believe what is true? I am
No,
compelled by the truth. Like a couple years ago, I could not believe that who we got president now would be the president. You couldn't pay me to believe that, but I have to believe it now because it's true, man. I don't need no system of belief. Where does the system of belief talk come from?
but
What
you
you need
do
that
have
for?
a system of belief.
All right, now you're gonna tell me what I got. Okay, well, how do I got a system of belief?
Well,
What
but
do I
this
believe
is the thing, because either you have some system or it's completely random, made up. So I'm
No,
giving you credit of intelligence because you sound like you're an intelligent person. The reason is because every brain has to have some kind of system by which it says, I believe this, I don't believe that, because nobody can function with no beliefs whatsoever. And when
no,
people
I
decide,
believe what is true. That's my system
but,
right
but
there.
exactly
If that's
this,
a system, I
but
believe
it's
what is true. If I could see it and I could touch it and I could detect it by some type of means, either technology or senses or otherwise, then I
but
believe
people
it's
can
true.
be mistaken about what they're detecting.
Yeah,
People,
that's why.
there's illusions, for example. Illusions are very common. You might see something and it's not really there.
Back to abduction again. That's why the abduction part is so important. You need external
Okay,
verification for your internal perceptions of things.
good. So
And so
abduction and its validity. Now we're getting to some of the parts of your belief system.
now
This
it's
is
not
your
no system. This
this
is just
if abduction is not systematic, then it's actually just justification for what you want to believe.
well,
But
I concede that to you. Maybe you have a point there. I've been trying to figure out what purpose do anybody need with a belief system for the past couple of months now, and I still haven't really seen, because I see it as basically I believe what is true, and I verify by asking people. Did you see that? Did you hear that noise? Do you smell that smell? Stuff like that, or I'll do a test or some kind of way of detecting and make sure that
yeah,
it's not just a artifact on my system. On
yeah.
my
But
symptoms.
methodological naturalism essentially is what you sort of seem to be describing, more or less. Or at least that's what I get the sense you'd closest match that. And yeah, that's also a belief system. It's all about, what do I believe to be true or not? What standards and criteria do I have for this? How do I go about it systematically so I'm not fooling myself, not tricking myself into thinking I've got good reasons where actually I'm just justifying a prior belief, all this kind of stuff. And this is it, is once you start thinking about belief systems as being, what framework do I use to analyze the world and try not to be tricked and try and sort what's true from what's false, that is it. And so if you take that, it kind of levels the playing field. But if you say, you've got science, which is basically true, and then you've got religion, which is basically just random
Oh no,
beliefs, that from that perspective, and I'm not saying you do that, but a lot of people sort of start from that position, and then they sort of, we raised, I think before you joined, that sometimes the label of religion is kind of treated like the label of freedom fighter versus terrorist. It's like, once you've got that label, like, you just get treated differently. There's different standards on, you have to have this uphill battle as to whether or not someone will believe, anything you say is even rational if you've got that religion label.
Can I add something here, brother?
Yeah,
I'm
go
so
for it.
sorry. There's just one thing I wanted to add here, because you see, you're building upon truth or something that holds the value of true. Okay. Now, ultimately, until and unless you don't have a qualifier for what is true, you're going to struggle. So, what's your qualifier for what is true?
reality, man, reality. If I believe I could fly and I jump off a building and I don't fly, then flying is false.
Okay. So,
Like this, reality.
perfect. So, in reality, because I remember also what you said was that you were talking about empiricism. So is only what is empirical real?
Until I see otherwise, do you have an alternative to empiricism?
Of course, there's an alternative to empiricism.
Demonstrate the reality of the truth of what you say, then, man.
Okay. So you are disregarding metaphysical commitments altogether.
I didn't say any of that. I just said, give me an alternative, and I'll believe it.
Just to check, it's worth spending a minute, McTime. Can you define empiricism as you see it? A lot of people use that label in different ways.
I didn't say that word. He did. I don't say nothing about empiricism. I'm not. I know. I said abductive reasoning to experiment and test your what you think, your revelations or your deductions. But I didn't say anything about empiricism.
Sorry, I thought you said it in SMK. Okay, so SMK, can you define what you mean by empiricism to him, and then him? I thought he used it, but
he did use it.
No, I think what he's I think what you said is empirical observation or empirical test, and SMK then correctly pointed out that that's usually
he said that which is real is going to be constituted by like empirical observations, from what I heard.
Exactly.
Yeah, empirical observations. So let's just to simplify it. So SMK, when you say empiricism, define what you mean, and then McTime, you say whether that is what you're saying. Is that a valid label?
This is a word that I really don't have no thoughts on, but we'll go ahead. Yeah, I said it, but I don't know. I don't use that word.
It's just no. Do you use the word empirical?
I said reality. I said deductive reasoning. I said abductive reasoning. I didn't say anything about empirical anything.
Oh, okay. So maybe we misheard. Still, okay. Let's try it. SMK, can you define empiricism as you're using it, and then McTime, you tell us if that fits what you're saying or not.
Okay, so as you said, that you're basing your entire view upon that which is real, and that which is real is only that which can be sensed or ascertained by your five senses.
No, I said what can be detected by technology, other five senses, in a means that you can make me aware of what you were talking about. That is what I call reality.
Okay,
and
let's just
you can show it, then you know it.
Yeah, if you show it, I like that. So if you we have something similar in Islam. It's called Shaheed, something that's witnessed, something we know. But what he was saying about five senses, and actually I don't like the 5 sense model, just for reasons I won't go into. But yeah, whatever sense you have, the point is the human senses. Doesn't matter what the machine is doing. Like, look at the Large Hadron Collider, and you look at all these complicated detectors that are in there, but ultimately they are producing outputs that have to go into our senses somehow.
Yeah, but they detect things that your senses can't detect, like the infrared beam on your remote control, and it has to work right because it turns your TV on, man. So you can demonstrate that without even seeing.
Okay, that's the interesting one. Take a step back. Let's look at that as an example. I like that example. We'll just see where we go with it. So if I have an infrared camera, right, that can pick up those wavelengths, and I can then watch the end of the remote controller, and I can go, there we go. I can see the light going on off. But what's really happened is this detector, if you like, has transformed that signal that is not perceivable by a human into a signal that is perceivable by a human. But if I don't have that, and I'm just pressing the remote controller and something's happening over there, you might have the hypothesis that it's infrared. Someone else might say, no, it's radio waves. It's something else. Someone else might say, no, it's something else. And you have different theories, right? And how are you going to prove it? Ultimately, whatever you do, you've got to turn any kind of detection, whatever it is, has to be somehow transformed into something that can be consumed by the human being in order to serve as proof to that human being, right?
Infrared is radio waves. 1 and 2, you could demonstrate the phenomena exists by just aiming at the remote control at the TV and turning it on.
You know what I mean by the difference between an infrared light and between like using a radio transmitter.
You mean low band radio waves in the radio frequency. I got you. I understand where you're coming from, but I want to make sure that it's understood that
Yeah, I mean, it's a fair point, but
all
I was
radio waves.
I was trying to say that you know that you can use an infrared LED, for example, but there could be another mechanism, and without doing other tests, for example, you know the one I proposed, you can't tell which one is which is being used. Maybe I should have said microwaves, you know, whatever. Although everything can be viewed.
That's still radio waves, man. But
I was going to say, although everything you can view as a, I mean, yeah.
you know these things, huh? Right?
No, and I'm catching myself as I'm saying it because again, when I talk more colloquially, you know, when I say radio, I typically also mean, you know, with like frequency modulation involved. So it's that method of carrying a signal versus, you know, using, for example, an infrared LED would normally you'd be pulsing on and off to carry a signal. So I was thinking about it in those terms. But yeah, I mean, what you're saying is correct. Yeah.
The point being, though, is you don't need to make that fancy setup with all kind of detectors. You can demonstrate the phenomena of the infrared light by cutting the TV on, man, with the remote control. You know that when you press that button, something has to happen over here that goes over there to cut that TV on, and therefore you know that there's some kind of phenomenon going on. Can you do that with
this was the point. So without you know trying to let's pick on the stuff that's relevant. This is the point. If you press the remote control and the TV turns on, let's simplify and say it's a one button remote control, it doesn't turn it on and off. Yeah, you know exactly as you said, some kind of phenomena is going on. Yeah, right. But you haven't yet proved, is this an infrared LED or is this like some other kind of system? There's tons of different ways of sending remote signals. Is it going over Wi-Fi? You know, what is going on? You know,
but does that matter, man? The point being is that something that you know there's something happening. If you want to dig deeper into that, then by all means do that. Well, but at least you know that something is happening.
No, hang on a minute. Let's remember we're talking about a simplified anecdote just to discuss this idea, right? Because that doesn't matter. Well, if you've claimed that you've proved it's an infrared technique being used, then you're wrong, because all you've done, you show, yes, there's some phenomena, but no, you haven't proved what the particular technique is. And the whole point here is that in whatever you do, if you're going to make some claim, it's going to come back to something that does turn into, that in some way is presentable to your senses. We talk about the TV turning on and off because it's presentable to your senses. Now, if you were blind and there was no sound, the TV, just the screens turning on and off, then actually you're learning nothing. You're like, how are you going to, and even if you plug like a voltmeter across something to see that it's going on, unless that voltmeter is going to buzz, you wouldn't know. So yeah, always one way or another, in order for something to be evidence for you, it has to be, whatever was detected has to be turned into some human consumable thing, signal, you know?
I see the point that you're making, but number one, you got to peep the lingo that I use. I never said the word prove. I said demonstrate. And I said a phenomenon. You can demonstrate the phenomenon, not prove infrared. You didn't say any of that. I said you can just demonstrate the phenomenon, because I know that you won't be able to tell whether that's this radio signal in this range or that range. The only thing you know is that something's happening from here to there, and that
you don't know something's happening unless it meets some of your senses, right?
Well, you're correct. You need your senses, but you can verify by repetitive nature. Number one, like I said, better than 90%. So in order for this to be a science, in order for this to be considered any type of fact, it has to work better than 90% of the time. So when you turn your TV on, every time you press that button, 90% of the time your TV gonna come on. The other 10% is probably the time when it's broke and it don't work anymore. But the point being is that you have to verify with your senses, but you don't stop there to really ensure that you know that something is happening. You turn it on in front of your friends, and they go, "Oh yeah, I see it come on too," and then you know that you're working with something. You just don't like that's why I don't understand, like with revelation or deduction.
So this is okay. So good. So we're talking about the difference between illusion and reality, right? If only I see it and no one else sees it, maybe it's not real, right? You know, maybe exactly. I'm hallucinating something. Yeah, I get that. And it's interesting because this is part of how the very definition of experiment comes to be in the first place. and actually becomes then a constraint that defines what physics is as separate from other kind of inquiries into reality. However, here's the problem. What about if it's something inside yourself, right? I could use something more esoteric like love, but let's use something really...
I was getting ready to go to,
but let's... I was going to say, but before we go there, let's use something a little bit simpler and say hungry, right? If you feel hungry, you can know whether you feel hungry or not, but no one else is going to be able to validate that for you.
Well, I mean, if you get hungry enough, there people will be able to validate because you're going to lose weight and you're probably going to pass out and they're going to know something wrong with you. But I get what you're coming from.
Yeah, and it's not being hungry forever. It's like, let's say, you're just conducting a normal day. At some point you feel hungry. Like, you don't need to go and talk to your mate and say, dude, do I feel hungry or not? Like,
not gonna work.
You see what I mean? And also then what would your mate do? Like, you would probably need some pretty advanced medical scanning to see if it's reasonable to be hungry, but that still doesn't tell you whether you're actually feeling the sensation of hunger, because that's between your brain and yourself. Like, maybe you can scan the brain, maybe we know well enough the areas that get triggered. It's tricky because it connects the vagus nerve and then the gut, and there's other signals that can be conflicted with. So I mean, really, especially on a practical, like day-to-day real level, you're hungry without checking with someone else. Like, that's something that's real, that's true, that you take as being true, and you react to it as if it's true, but you don't check it externally, and you don't call it an illusion, right?
But then again, you don't live your life by hunger, and you don't let your hunger tell you who to hate and to cut your
hang on
off, and who to marry and all this.
Hunger is a pretty fundamental driving or dividing force, right?
Yeah, I mean, when you get hungry, you eat. That's the point being. You don't let it tell you that you're the chosen one, and you got to cut your foreskin off, and how many women can be with you when you're making a business deal and all kind of other stuff. So it's you got me on hunger, but it's not as important as people are using this stuff to live their life by, man.
I wouldn't say it's not as important, but I'd say yes, it doesn't so directly connect to these ideas that you're talking about. I get you, because that was only something you're raising to talk about how do you tell the difference between illusion and reality, and where do what standards apply and so on. So that was just an interesting one, because actually what is much more fundamental than hunger is fear and love. That's pretty much like as deep as you get in the human in terms of these sort of guide rails, if you like, that dictate the behavior.
And both of those emotions need to be conquered and be tempered with reality. So even though you cannot get external verification from other people, you have to use reality to know that maybe this woman don't love me, or maybe I'm afraid of the wrong things. Maybe hell isn't real, and I'm just afraid of something for no reason. You know what I'm saying?
Maybe it is real. Yeah.
Maybe it is, but hey, it seems like to me if you stop believing in those things, then your life get a whole lot better.
I
think pretty much every... Go on.
I'm sorry. I'm still trying to understand the qualifier for reality.
Reality,
that's what we were digging into.
Reality is the demonstration of the truth, man. Like I said, the person that thinks he could fly, that jumps off a building, a tall the Khalifa or whatever, jump off of that. The reality is, no matter how much faith he have, how much he practices his faith, or whatever you call it, he jump off of it, he gonna fall to his death. And that's the reality. That is reality. That is how you demonstrate reality.
But the thing is, it's something can be to one person is a demonstration of reality, and to another person is not sufficient demonstration to reality. I mean, and particularly the kind of skepticism, and some even in that extreme case you raise, and that's not really a very good example for the majority of what we're talking about. But even in that extreme case, someone could easily just say, no, that guy could fly. That just the system was broken. That's that 10% of the time when it wasn't working. But that guy can fly.
He jump off the bridge too, he fall to his death too. But
here's interesting. That one person can't fall to his death 10 times in a row. He only gets to do that once. So
I'm talking about the next ignoramus that tried.
Think about this for a second. Again, we're talking about hypotheticals for the purpose of pulling apart this idea, right? So you said about this guy who thinks he can fly. This is one individual. Let's call him. What should we call him?
Nutso.
Nutso. Okay, I like that. Nutso. Okay, so there's this one guy called Nutso who thinks he can fly, right? And so he goes up the top of the Burj Khalifa and he jumps off to prove it. Now, if he had successfully actually flown, right, then he would have proved that he could fly. But if he hits the floor and dies, now, for a lot of people, it would be reasonable to conclude he couldn't fly. But one could also, if they wanted to, say, no, he could fly, just that time it didn't work.
And then he can go up there too and try his experiment
No,
and see how
because
he felt.
he's not Nutso. See, someone else who's not Nutso is not then doing anything to prove or disprove Nutso. Whether or not
then
Nutso
it don't
could
get
fly.
demonstrated, then do it.
But do you see the point of this? Do you see why I'm saying is that it when you say prove, a lot of people think of it as being something that it's not dependent on their own mind, not dependent on their own experiences, not dependent on their own viewpoint, that somehow like entirely independent of your own self, it gets proved or disproved. But the fact is, whenever you look at these situations, you say, hang on a minute, no, I do play a role in whether or not I consider that to have been demonstrated to me or not, or proved to me or not.
Mr. Hakim, I want you to keep in mind, I told you this already before. I'm not using that word prove. I'm using the word demonstrating. The truth is
I literally just used the word demonstrate.
Yeah, you did, but you said, but when you first went off into this last little statement, proof and all that, and I just want to remind you, I'm using demonstration. The truth is meant to be demonstrated. Proof is math. You took physics, you should know these things. But I know we at least can agree on this. Your faith and belief is not as important as reality of truth and consequences, right? The truth and the consequences is more important than your faith and beliefs, right?
The truth
and the consequence.
The truth and the consequence of it is the point. Yeah, it's when you say faith and belief. This is what I'm getting into. Okay. Let me put it another way. I think the statement that electrons exist requires more unsubstantiated faith than the statement that Allah exists, and I think I have a very good way of of showing that. But again, I don't know if we've got sort of time or bandwidth to go into that.
Because I got a degree in electronic engineering. You don't want to go down that route with me, but
we can. Like I say, electronic engineering will take you so far, but it depends. What is this thing, the electron? How do you demonstrate whether or not it exists, or to what degree it exists?
Turn your TV on. The phone you talking on. All this just demonstrate that this stuff is true and it works. Because
that doesn't demonstrate the existence of the electron. There's nothing you can do in the realm of electrical engineering that can demonstrate the existence of the electron. In fact, the vast majority of the subject of electrical engineering was set up long before there was even the theory of the electron. Like,
well, all right. I'll give you the toys and let you play with them. Then, all right. Well, then I know we can agree that since you like what you said about the electron, that a person's faith and belief can be wrong, right?
Sorry.
I know that we can believe, given what you said about the electron, that a person's faith and beliefs can be wrong. Correct? Can you have faith in the wrong thing? Can your belief be wrong?
Yes.
Yes. So the truth and the consequence is not necessarily your faith and your belief, and your hesitance in telling me that you don't weigh the truth more than your belief. It tells me that this is my main problem with religion. People have a hard time to try.
The reason I was trying to think of the best way to express it is because I don't think you've recognized the amount of a priori faith or belief that is required, and by required I mean absolutely necessary, before you can start doing physics, before you can even start using maths. This is the thing.
You want to call it faith? I'll let you run with it, but I don't call it faith. Like I said, there's a reasonable expectation that you done proved it 90% of the time that this stuff works.
No. Stop running on that one for a bit, because again, comes back to like electronic engineering that you use, for example, right? You start with axioms. You know what axioms are, right?
Yeah, I know what they are.
Okay, cool. So how much electrical engineering can you do with 0 axioms?
I mean, you only but the Occam's razor is you go with the least amount of assumptions, man. And science always tries to prove,
Beautiful.
like
Yeah.
tries to demonstrate with deeper understanding to get a way to get past axioms and precepts and all that other stuff.
No, you can't get past them because you
Yes, you
have to
can.
have axioms.
What considered an axiom of the past is not no longer axioms of the future. Now, some of them may still stand, and some of them will stand forever, for all I know. But that is a science endeavor to always go deeper
Yeah,
into
fine,
things
but
with knowledge
can you
and
see?
understanding.
But can you not see the point that and this is why again, if we use a level playing field and refer to everything as belief systems, it will be a lot easier to discuss because clearly, in every belief system, there are some axioms. There are some foundational things that are not themselves demonstrable or provable.
Yeah.
You might be able to argue they're reasonable, but that's not the same thing as being able to actually demonstrate or prove them. That's why they're axioms.
And I promise you, I bet you somewhere, some scientist is trying to figure out why is this an axiom and can we get beyond it? Because some of these axioms may be temporary roadblocks, man. But back to my larger point, I know that the things that I believe in, or like you say, whatever I have faith in, can be wrong. So that's why I place the truth above my belief. That's why I'm here on this page with you, trying to see what I got wrong, so that way I can improve my logic and my error and my ways. I don't
Okay.
see religion doing that.
Well,
I just want to ask one thing here, because you defined the qualifier you gave for reality was truth, right?
Well, a demonstration of real events, but yeah, truth. I guess you could use it for lack of better words.
Okay, okay. But again, I feel like you're being a little ambiguous and arbitrary by saying truth without actually giving a qualifier for what truth then is.
If you jump off a bridge thinking you can fly, then and you fall to your death, then your belief is not true. Now, is it?
no, we've just been through that. That's not actually good enough because
Exactly.
maybe he could have flown. Maybe he could have, and that was just the one time. So it's not actually adequate to establish that as being true. If anything, it can only shift the needle on plausibility.
Well, then that's the best you can get. That's the best I got, man. I will go as far as what can be demonstrated to me, man. I'm not gonna pretend like I know things that I don't. I'm not gonna try to do things that goes against reality as I know it, unless
Okay,
I
but
have a
Well, hang on a
reasonable
minute.
way
Hang on a minute.
to test
Let's
these things.
take a step back here because you were saying things that be demonstrated to you, but why were you mentioning Occam's razor before? Why is there any interest in this? Foundations and reducing your axioms, and why is Occam's razor relevant at all then?
Because you have to demonstrate why the axiom is an axiom, man, and until you can, it's going to be an endeavor of science and people who think
But
to try to figure out why.
How do you
I mean,
demonstrate why an axiom is an axiom?
I'm
Let's walk it through.
I'm not all in all them fields, but I know there have been conjectures that have been overturned. There have been prepositions that have been thought through. And I'm not entirely sure on all the axioms. I know
Let me
the
run it through briefly and see if you recognize it. The point I'm making is what happens and it's all of physics, right? All of physics and all of mathematics. What you do is you take axioms, assumptions, and then you see what their logical consequences are. And then you figure out what tests you would do to see if that connects with reality or not, to see if it matches up with reality. And if it matches up with reality, then you can say, okay, I have some good confidence in these axioms. Now, if you can derive lots of different consequences and so lots of different touch points with reality, then you get more and more confidence in the validity of these axioms. And then what someone might do is say, you know what? I have another set of axioms, and these ones seem to more efficiently cover all of these different areas. And so we should shift over to these. This is a better system of axioms. So the electromagnetism is one classic example of this, right? And then everyone tests and says, are the consequences the same? First of all, does it work as well as the previous ones? Yes, it does. Is there anything new that wasn't thought of before? Yes. Okay. Well, that in methodological naturalism, in the normal way stuff's done, then they say, yeah, okay, that's a prediction, like Maxwell predicting radio waves, and then yes, that predicted phenomena is found and then they say, okay, cool, that system of axioms, that system of prior beliefs that you take is better on those reasons, for those grounds. That's how it works. That's considered the demonstration.
Well, you keep, but you see, you got. It's all about explanatory power, and like I say, you know that the scientists don't just stop at these axioms. See, that's another problem I have with religion. They would stop at these presuppositions and these axioms and call them God. When there may be just temporary roadblocks. We may not have the technology, the concept, or the words to explain and understand these things at these particular point in time. I'm trying to remember the axiom with the with geometry, because it was like 4 or 5 of them, and that 5th one has been since changed with better understanding and knowledge.
Oh, that's a fascinating story that's often very much mistold. You're talking about the 5th postulate, which is independent of the other 4 postulates, which is about whether or not parallel lines can be considered to meet at infinity.
I think so. I think that was it. But they had you're right, because the new axiom now is that depending on which like you got Euclidean geometry, you got flat geometry, and stuff like that.
Euclidean is the label that David Hilbert put on flat geometry, as you say, and the other 2 is the hyperbolic geometry and
hyperbolic geometry, the potato, the Pringles chip, I'm trying to remember, but the point being is that axiom had been modified and changed with more knowledge and understanding. And science don't stop at the axioms and precepts.
Can I tell you something really interesting? I wanted to stop there for a second, because that story is fascinating, because the way it's taught is that nobody questioned anything about, those postulates, and nobody really thought about it that much. Everyone just had faith up until the superior Europeans, particularly the Germans, took a look at it. And then this guy called David Hilbert is the one that went through and did this analysis and said, aha, I'll put together this thing called T-axioms. This is a proper logical foundation of geometry. And with this view, we can now change this one axiom in these different ways and have different parallel lines. Bolyai-Lobachevsky is the ones that actually did the geometrical analysis before, and so on the hyperbolic side. He set up this framework where he labeled something Euclidean and then labeled something a new type of geometry and made it look like this grand new discovery. Here's the thing. The parallel postulate was investigated in detail by Arab geometrists like Al-Haytham long before. They addressed the topic differently. They said, look, there's different kinds of parallelism. They knew about so-called parallel lines on the surface of the Earth, converging on a point, for example. They knew this stuff very well. Al-Haytham used really advanced geometry for his optics stuff. Like he knew about these different kinds, hyperbolic and parabolic surfaces and ruled lines on them. He knew all about this stuff, but they approached things in a way that kept all of the geometry unified. So they didn't need to think of different kinds of geometries. They already had a unified picture. The Germans basically just said, oh, no one's ever thought of this before, which was complete bollocks, and made this new story that people eat up, even though we know it's not true. But people still present it and look at it like this way. So, is this stuff true or not? Yeah, it matters to me. And I think there's a good reason for it, for thinking about it, because this thing of, or this idea of what geometry is, actually, this very thing about the 5th postulate that you raised, excellent point to raise. The way David Hilbert tore apart geometry and that view of it and reestablished it on a new axiomatic basis fundamentally changed how people viewed mathematics from then on, which in turn fundamentally changed how they viewed physics and the role of sciences and what counts as a legitimate demonstration of whether or not something is true. All of this stuff changed. Yeah, it's very, very interesting. And actually, the what you sort of have as your foundation sounds more like constructivism, which is good, constructivist logic, as opposed to formalist axiomatic view of logic. The one that most of modern science goes with is the formalist axiomatic view.
Well, Mr. Hakim, I don't have all the big fancy words to use for whatever I do. I just try to do what work. Try to be humble and truthful and just honest. And I like to send my shots out in appreciation for what Islam has done to make this world a better place, for what Christianity has done to make it, what anybody in this world has done to make it a better place. It's not because like I was saying earlier, even though the white man mixed his bias and all that other bad stuff into these sciences, it is a human endeavor. Everybody has contributed to the knowledge that they got going on, and it's not for just the white people, it's for all of us. We need to take it back.
Yeah, okay, fair enough. But I mean, I wasn't raising a point like that. The point I mentioned the different approaches to the fifth postulate is because it actually boils down to different approaches to determining what is true using maths and physics, using geometry. And also, but not just determining what is true, but also what's the right method to try and go about figuring out whether or not things are true. And what the best underlying framework is. And this is it. Like when you come back to demonstrate, we tried to probe it a few times, but ultimately I think I would recommend you do some work to figure out what your belief system really is. Because at least in the way I'm using the term, it's clear you have one. And because without one, you'd just be an unthinking crazy person, because everyone has to have one. Everyone's got some systematic nature to it. And think about it and think about why you believe what you believe. And
I do that every day while I'm talking to you right now. But
yeah, no, I know, but that last bit, why you believe what you believe. Yes, I know you think about that a lot, but this is why I'm saying try and think the layer before. What's the system underlying it? What's the system in your mind? And one of the reasons I raise this is because we were talking about Occam's razor. We're talking about optimizing your axioms, your framework, and so on. Now, from what I know of physics and maths and its history and so on, again, I used to be atheist, and I ended up becoming Muslim. One of these main reasons is, for me, the Shahada is the best axiom. For me, that foundation, when the Shahada in and of itself is enough, the logical consequences of that provide me with the laws of logic, for example. They provide me with a full-on epistemic foundation. They provide me with stuff that I need to know, which otherwise, when I was just much more like you, I needed to take separate assumptions. And I would think, oh no, it's not the same as an assumption because it's been demonstrated, it's been proved, it's been shown. But actually, there are hidden assumptions in each of the ways that something is demonstrated or proved or shown. And that's necessary because, like, you can't, as a blank slate with nothing in your brain, you're just like a baby. Like, you can't prove anything to a baby. Like, they need to have some idea already in their head to be able to prove anything to them.
How many times, I mean, didn't you just say that science managed to examine one of his axioms and fundamentally change his whole view on everything with deeper understanding and knowledge of why this is an axiom? How many times do you investigate this axiom you just talked about and looked at it like that and try to simplify, eliminate it, or come with some better understanding?
This is the maths guy. Yeah, I mean that's a bunch of these books along this shelf, particularly, are all this geometry. I got geometry books going back to 1740.
I'm talking about the axiom. The axiom you said it was in the Hadith or in the Islamic.
Oh, the Shahada.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. How many times do you investigate that axiom and try to prove it wrong, or try to figure out a better understanding of the axiom?
Basically, I spend so much time with other people trying to prove it wrong and me responding to it that I don't really have much time or need to do that myself. Like, usually, all right, my professional career was in cybersecurity testing, right? You don't cybersecurity test your own systems very well. You get someone else to test them. They're going to give it a much better test, right? Like, you help them maybe understand the systems. They can give it a good test, but you don't test your own thing. Now, this is the same thing in physics, right? You got Carlo Rovelli sits there and argues for loop quantum gravity, and the other physics guys, they're the ones that try and disprove it, try and prove it wrong. And Penrose argues for his position, and other people try to prove it wrong. This is the way it actually works, right? So yeah, consistent with that, I know generally people challenge me all the time. I put myself out there, obviously, like this. I get, challenged and questioned, and it stands tall, it stands strong, and it does very, very well.
So
As
what's
an
the
axiom.
basically you
So
telling me
yes,
you
it
think
does get constantly tested. But I'm past the point where I bother or can think of any other ways to try and disprove it. Remember, like when I was originally an atheist, and when this was being first introduced to me, I already gave it the best test I could. And then since then, I gave it a lot more tests. I actually had this period of jahiliyyah as well, where actually I did question the axiom, and I ended up losing it. And I ended up having a very bad period of my life. And then it came back, and even stronger now. So yeah, I mean, it's complicated. Let's say that. But I think where I am now, 18 years, 19 years after I first took my shahada, where I am now is I can't think of any more ways I could possibly challenge it. And it gets more and more ridiculous to me, like to try to challenge it. Other people might think they can challenge it, and they can bring those challenges to me and see how that works and undermines it. That makes more sense. At the moment, I've tried everything I can way before. I'm only human. I'm limited. Like I run out of ideas at some point. Other people are better at testing my system.
And brother Islam, one of the most amazing things about Islam, our core epistemic foundation is the Quran. Yes?
Yeah.
The Quran to us is the actual words of God, as revealed by him to his prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam. Okay?
Mm-hmm.
Now, this is the only paradigm in which epistemically this message will say, try and find a contradiction. I challenge you. In which it will say, try and come up with something like it. I challenge you. Open. 1400 years the challenge is standing. No one has met it.
I disagree, but I would just say this. What you just said is no different from what Christians say about their Bible, man. How do you distinguish?
No,
I mean,
see,
I look at it both. I don't agree with any.
No, it is different. Maybe you missed the clear difference. The Bible doesn't say within itself two things that's very important to differentiate. One thing, the Bible doesn't claim within itself that the Bible is itself the literal word of God.
Oh, yes, it do. Yes, it does.
Hang on. Let me say the 2 points. And the other is, it doesn't make a claim. It doesn't say on itself, you should check me internally for consistency to evaluate whether I'm true or not. So
I'm not sure about that, but I can't argue that Christian value because I'm not a Christian.
But this first, and the first one, if we go back to it for a second, I mean, think about it for a second, right? We all know, that the Bible has many different authors, and they are writing about stories of what happened, and that is different. And those stories include when people spoke the literal words of God. So no one can claim that the Bible says the whole thing is a literal word of God, because even biblical scholars can't claim that, because they know that it's supposed to be describing what happened, not actually be a verbatim account of what God said.
I tend to agree with what you said, but like I said, I am no Christian, so I can't tell you about Christian values. The only thing I can tell you is I've seen Christians say things to the same effect of what your friend over there said.
No, they do, but that's what I was differentiating. Yes, Christians say those things, but what I mean is, in the Quran, those two statements are absolutely explicit. They're clearly written there in the Quran. It's not like an idea that some people come up with and some people disagree. Every Muslim completely agrees that the Quran very clearly says that, because it's written in black and white. And this is what I mean. It's not like an idea some people have and people argue about or whatever. And so this is why SMK was just raising it, because he's saying, look, in this book, we have a clear black and white criteria to do with truth that says, find contradictions within it. Do you see where he's going with that? He's saying, so the point is, the book says, challenge me in exactly the way that you're saying, in terms of, can you prove this wrong? Like, Islam is not something that says, ignore science or ignore rationality. It tells you to integrate them. It actually formed a lot of the basis of what became modern science because of
The
this
Quran
Islamic
actually.
golden age.
Oh, sorry.
Go on.
The Quran actually challenges people to reflect upon and to reason upon what it's actually saying. Tafakkarun, do they not reflect? Aqilun, do they not use their reason? Do they not use their rationality? The Quran actually encourages challenge, encourages skepticism, but obviously rational intellectual skepticism against its claims. And there hasn't been a single, actual charge against its claims. Its claims have stood true for more than a millennia.
Well, no, here's what's interesting. There have been thousands of charges made, but in each case, what you find is the charge is based on some misunderstanding, and so each one becomes a teachable moment. You say, you've misunderstood this, you misunderstood that, and I find that amazing in terms of demonstrating to me that this is different, that this is something to be taken seriously, that this is what it says it is. I've seen so much of this that I consider it to be demonstrated.
Well, I could tell you as from the outside looking at both Christianity, your religion, and all the other various religions, I hear the people make basically all the same claims. My book speaks for the word of God. My book has undeniable reason. My book makes claims that hasn't been disproven in thousands of years. Both every person, religious person I've ever seen, I'm not gonna say every, but majority of the religious people I've seen from various religions all make the same claims. And then what they offer as a demonstration is usually the same three things: scripture, faith, and personal experience. Personal experience is indistinguishable from placebo effect, and all the scriptures, it looks like, from my perspective, if you take the names out, majority of the people that believe in it probably wouldn't much know that they reading a different book. Like if I gave a Christian a Numer Leash, he probably wouldn't know it if I put Jesus' name in there somewhere. Because I can't, like I said, I don't know Islam as well as I know Christianity, but from my take on a lot of Christians, they don't much read the Bible. So you can give them another book and just put the names of the people they're familiar in, and they'll think it's still the Bible. And from my, like I said, from outside looking in, how do you tell the difference? It's faith, personal experience, and scripture.
I love that summary actually in some ways. Now I don't completely agree with it because I think different people are different and so on, and in particular I think you're not as much of an outsider maybe as you might think you are, because you're a former Christian, and also you understand at least your brand of atheism and Christianity better. You understand Islam, so I just wanted to point that out. But this thing about faith, scripture, and personal experience, that is a beautiful summary, because this is exactly what you've relied upon for all of your demonstrations as well. Think about it for a minute, right? Think about it. When we say faith, we're talking about these prior axioms that are taken, and they are unavoidable in all of sciences, especially physics and maths. And then when you're talking about scripture, essentially, this is the textbooks that you learnt the stuff from in the first place. This is like you wouldn't get far in electrical engineering if you had to do it all yourself with no textbooks, no teacher, no one taught you nothing, and you just developed it from the beginning. Absolutely not. You use scripture and personal experience. Yeah, you've spoken about this time and again as being how things are actually demonstrated to you. So if you cut out those three things, what's left?
Troubleshooting. Like, all right, what system can you tell me, since somebody call you up on the phone from halfway across the world having a problem with some type of system that needs to be fixed, and you use your knowledge, your so-called faith and scriptures and personal experience to tell that person on the other end of the phone how to fix like his dishwashing machine or his TV or his car. You can't do that. I mean, unless
definitely. Let me explain how it'd work. Let's say it is a high-tech Bosch dishwasher or something, just to make it a bit more interesting. Okay, fine. Yeah, if I have personal experience with that dishwasher, then I'll be using that to try and help them through a troubleshoot. If I had personal experience with the same kind of problem, and I would see if it matched the problem or not. If not, then I would probably go to the manual, to the thing that tells me about this dishwasher and how it works and how to troubleshoot it, and that's the scripture. And if not, then yeah, you might rely on some kind of faith idea. You might at that point have nothing else, and you might say, actually, I have nothing but faith, which is inappropriate for this particular problem, because we're talking about fixing a dishwasher. Or you might say, you know what, try this. I don't have good personal experience, but I don't have the manual or some particular thing that tells me, but like, this seems worth having a shot. Have enough faith in me to try it, and then we'll be able to see if it works or not. But if you don't have enough faith in what I suggested to even try it, then you will never see whether or not it works.
I think you may misunderstand my analogy and my question. My analogy
Maybe.
is I can relay my so-called faith, personal experience, and scripture into somebody else through their perspective, and they can fix something with 90% effectiveness. And I want to know the religious equivalent of doing that. What can you do in religion where, like, you can call somebody through the phone and tell them to fix a problem?
Yeah, mostly it's what we call diseases of the heart. That's what it's really very good. Like a lot of it is around fixing your life, fixing your lifestyle. Like the kind of, if you think about the technology, and it doesn't spend much time on relatively trivial stuff. It spends time on the human being as the main technology. It helps guide you to using that's its purpose. So yeah, all sorts of problems in your life. I mean, tons of them.
I mean,
and that's what it kind of, a lot of people sometimes view it as being basically the manual for how to live your life. It makes me laugh sometimes. My adoptive parents used to say, kids don't come with a manual. It's like, well, if you grow up Muslim, actually they do. They literally come with a manual.
But how can? Oh, I think. I'm sorry. Go ahead, sir.
Yeah, Brother Mac, I'm sorry. I don't mean to interrupt, but there's something I wanted to add in the way you broke it down. You said, no matter which kind of religious person I speak to, they bring it down to three things: scripture, faith, and personal experience, right? So right off the bat, I'll just tell you this: Islam discards personal experience. Islam doesn't hold personal experience to any value. Okay? Secondly, the moment you examine scripture, go ask anyone from any other faith, why do you believe in your scripture? 10 times out of 10, if you're not talking to a Muslim, you'll get a dogmatic response. A Muslim is not going to give you a dogmatic response. Okay, there is a huge difference within that. And then you come to the matter of faith. What faith in Islam is built upon is completely different because of the other two factors. So just because you're saying that anyone I speak to from any kind of a theological background is going to, as you broke it down into three things, like I said, I don't necessarily agree with it. I'm just going according to what you said. And I'm going to, that's why I'm trying to highlight that even according to the way you have broken it down, Islam is going to stand apart from everything else.
Well, all I can tell you is that I haven't talked to as many Muslims as I've talked to Christians, because I'm in the United States and, that's the dominant religion in my area. But the few that I've talked to, they all give me the same reasons, the same thing. And so I can go, only thing I can go on is what I've seen. They all say the same thing: faith, personal experience, and scripture. Now, this what you say is completely new to me, sir. And like I say, I don't know Islam as well as Christianity, so I won't pretend like to try to put words in anybody's mouth, including the Christians, even though I know a little bit about it by being, I used to be in one, but I'm an outsider looking in, and from an outside looking in, this is what I see when I query these people. And I've asked them plenty of times, because I asked them in so many different ways. The way I've been asking them lately is, I see religion as a lifetime of dedication and devotion. So what is your life worth? What was the reason that you used to sacrifice your whole life to this belief in this religion? Whatever
Beautiful
religion.
question. And same to you. What are you sacrificing your life for? What are you
my life,
dedicating your
I'm
life
not
to?
sacrificing my life. My life is I just work with what, like I said, I have I don't think that I have a belief system. I think that's a burden that I don't need to carry. That's just, I like to pack light.
All right,
So,
let me put something to you, and let's see if we can check if this is right or not. Right? If I were to, you like every other living thing has a point of birth, a point of death, and a continuously connected path of existence between the two. Right? You're born, you exist, you die.
yeah, I agree with you. I agree with you.
All right, good.
It's some debate there, but we won't get into that.
I don't think there's too much to debate there, but yeah, okay. At least this framework works. Okay. Now, if I were to sacrifice that whole lifeline for one singular purpose, dedicate my entire life to that thing, would you view that as an act of worship?
I don't know really what that word means. I would say that you dedicated your life to something that you thought was worthwhile. Now, if that's what you call worship, then so be it.
Okay. Yeah. Well, this is interesting. So, because you were using this term, worship and dedication before. So this is why I'm checking sort of what you mean by it. Because again, this was something that was, dedication to. So again, this was something that was at least quite revolutionary for me. Is I used to think of worship, as something that's, it's when you're praying, it's when you're at an altar, it's when you're, certain things in some religious context, and that's labeled worship. But in Islam, the concept of worship is very, very different. And actually, it then sort of unlocks making sense of a lot of other earlier civilizations' views of worship. And it is much more about, what do you make sacrifices for? What do you dedicate yourself for? What are you doing and for what reasons? Now, in Islam, for example, picking up something that's in someone else's way, that can be an act of worship. Giving charity can be an act of worship. Having intimate relations with your wife can be an act of worship. It depends on what it's directed for. What's the purpose of it? What's your intention? And so, yeah, from that framework or definition of worship, yeah, everyone is engaged in worship. The question is not if, it's what do you worship? And this was one of the things I realized before. I was worshiping lots of different things without realizing it. And Islamic monotheism then protected me from worshiping anything else. And so it gave me this directed focus. So this is kind of why I was saying the life path thing, is because most people will agree that sacrificing your life for something is like the highest, like most clearest definition of an act of worship, an act of self-sacrifice. And the point is that in every section of our life, we are facing opportunity cost. We make choice of this for that. Like, we're always sacrificing something for something. We can only do one thing with our lifeline, of all the different options.
So what is your life worth? How much value do you place on your life? What was the reason you dedicated your life to this religion? What's the cost of your life? Well,
I mean, it fundamentally changed and upended my life in many different ways. I mean, I used to do a lot of drinking, and I went to a majority female university with a certain sort of university career in mind, and then I became Muslim, and like giving that up and all that stuff, that was pretty big, it changed a lot of things about, the kind of friends I hung out with. It changed a lot of things about the way I thought about. I mean, I had to literally rip out and replace pretty much my entire understanding of reality. It was a long, not easy process, man. Like, I had a whole load of things that I had to emotionally change about my stuff, like a whole load of mental rewiring and things. I mean, probably the most comprehensive life change I can think about, and now I'm in a position where I'm marrying someone and moving to another country again because of this belief in this religion and so on. And so, yeah, thank you for the congratulations. So, I mean, yeah, it's pretty, as much as I can, and may Allah grant me more ability to sacrifice as much as I can for his sake. Because remember, like, from my view, that's just equivalent to becoming a better person. Like, that's and the thing is, it used to be that I would judge for myself in different ways what made me a better person. Now I believe I'm working to a more sound criteria on that. And,
Well, Mr.
that's,
Hakeem,
go on.
I just wanted to make sure I understand you correctly. You saying the value of your life, the one reason that's worth the whole lifetime of dedication and devotion was for you to quit drinking alcohol, correct?
No. I just went through all this stuff.
What's the reason?
What do you mean?
The most overarching reason you had for dedicating your whole life to this religion.
Because
that's
it's
why I
true.
want to know the value. Because
No,
it's true.
Because it's true.
Oh, all right. Well, that is one of, you are very rare. I hardly ever hear any from Islam to Christianity say because it's true.
It's the most common answer that I get from other Muslims. But I
Every
mean,
Muslim-
but just for me to mark that point a little bit, I mean, literally, remember, I was raised to believe that religions were evil and the source of all. Like, I was very anti-religious, right? And so these were, you know, enemy ideas to me. When I eventually came to believe in the God, which is what Allah translates to, you know, and believe this is actually true, it rocked my world and I hated it. I was upset. I was angry. I was fearful. I did not want this to be true. I'd just spent more than 6 months, 8 months of my life vehemently fighting it. I was probably focusing on researching this and ways to you know, attack it or show it's wrong or disprove it, more than even the work I was doing in the physics stuff. Like, and then once, you know, it became clear to me, I was not happy about it. I was not happy about disruption to my life. I was not happy about, at the time, I perceived it was going to cost me so much freedom. Like, I felt like I was getting a straitjacket put on me. Like, but what can I do? I just have to adapt myself to what's true. And then once I had done that, once I had adapted myself to what I believed to be, what I perceived to be the truth, and with all the, you know, validation I did of that and testing I did of that, only afterwards did I start to see, oh, actually, no, this is not a straitjacket. This is a whole new kind of freedom I never even believed could have existed. I'm actually much more free now. Submitting to this one thing has shone the light on all the other things I was submitted to that I didn't realize I was. It revealed a load of hidden assumptions and hidden traps in my brain I didn't realize were there. It revealed a whole load of internal mechanics that were going on and helped me improve and accept those. So it ended up being amazingly positive for me in many, many ways. But I didn't do it for those reasons, and I couldn't even see that greener grass on the other side until I had accepted that it was true. It just looked scary, barren, and I didn't want it. I just had to accept that if I had claimed so many other things were true in physics and other things on the various criteria I'd done and the various, you know, ways I'd accepted them, well, this was stronger proof than those things were.
Well, I'm sorry to cut you off. Well, finish your thoughts, sir.
Oh, so I mean, I was just going to finish by summarizing. So, you know, for me, I did my best, and I know I did my best to determine what's true, and in the scheme, you know, as I see things now, I think that no one will be able to do better, even in principle, than the Shahada as an axiom. So it's the best I've found so far, but I think it's, in a fundamental sense, the optimum, the best axiom there can be. And where I am now is that, you know, I used to question, do I even exist, right? This was a serious question for me. You know, is this a simulation? You know, am I, you know, some figment in some, you know, alien, you know, mind or computer or whatever, or am I just part of some giant field of energy and I'm only appear to exist as a separate thing, but I'm not really separate? I used to seriously, you know, consider these things. And you know, at some point I need to take, you know, my existence as somehow an axiomatic belief. That was like one of those things where I said, you know what, I've got to just settle on that. And then, you know, same with a bunch of other ideas. But now, you know, from the Shahada brings in the Quran and all these other kind of things then get settled. It's an incredibly efficient axiom. And I don't think you can do any better, even in principle. But to argue that is a very, very, very long, detailed, maybe highbrow philosophical thing you may or may not be interested in. But in terms of truth, yeah, for me, that was the fundamental thing. And I was like dragged backwards through a hedge, against my will. But the only bit of my will that was with it was accept what's true.
Well, again, Mr. Hakim, I've asked many theists this, from Christians, Muslims, Sikhs, wherever I can find. How much do you value your life? And to be honest, I've heard some Christians. I haven't talked to too many Sikhs or some people like that, but some Christians have said it was true before, but that percentage is low. And some Muslims have said it was true. I think you were about the only one that actually told me that because it's true. And you are the people that I would regard your thoughts and opinions over anybody else's, because if you care about truth, then your thoughts and opinions are at least worthy of consideration.
I appreciate that. Thank you.
You know what the funny thing is, Brother Mac?
Yes, sir.
Before Brother Islam said this to you, I was waiting for him to finish his thought, because I wanted you to ask. I was going to tell you, ask me this question, and I was going to give you the same exact answer. Same exact answer.
Well, this is what's interesting, as Mac, is in my experience, not everyone, but like it's very, very common. Like if you go to a masjid, and especially if you talk to reverts, people that came into the religion, like some people, yeah, they say it's for, there's some kind of experience they had or whatever, and they've seen that it's like a good way of life, and that's their route in. Like lots of people have different route ins. I'm not saying it's everyone, but I mean this answer, like, because it's true and that was my route in, like this is so common. Like it's not very common, I agree, in other belief systems, but in Islam it's very common. And obviously in methodological naturalism it's quite common. People say because it's true, that's their reason for that as well, which is ironic in that case. But anyway,
that's where we have our disagreement about what the truth is. But as long as you care about the truth, then, like I say, your thoughts and opinions are worthy of consideration. And you, Mr. SMK, even though we can't actually tell, we can't rewind the time and see if you would have said it first too. But I'll take you at your word, sir. And
we can. But this is recorded on YouTube. We can have a look back and see.
Well, no, but he can't say because it's true now, because you already said it.
At least in principle it can be demonstrated, huh?
Yeah, I'm not gonna argue with that. I believe.
Brother Mac, if you go on my channel and you look at some of my videos, and if you look at some of the conversations that I have had with non-Muslims, and they've asked me this question, why are you a Muslim? My answer always has been because it's true.
Okay, I believe. I was just poking a little fun at you, but yeah, I believe.
But see, now I showed you. You can go back in time.
Yes, sir.
You can go on my channel. You can see some of the older videos, and you can see I've made the same statement.
And you are the common sense. My eyes is bad. I can barely see them small words. The common sense Muslim, right?
Yep, the common sense Muslim, absolutely.
And I just put that in YouTube, and I'll be able to find your stream.
Absolutely, sir. Absolutely.
All right. Well, I want like to end on this moment of agreement where we both can walk away without feeling good.
Let's do it.
Hey, can you guys do me a favor?
What's that?
I'm sitting out here with my grandma. Can you tell my grandma what's up?
Yo. Hey, Grandma.
How you doing?
How you doing?
How are you?
Nice to meet you. God bless you.
Fine, thank you.
Thank you, gentlemen. Thank you. You guys have a good one.
Pleasure talking to you. Mac, subscribe to our channels. Come back and have a conversation with us again. It's been great talking to you.
Yes, sir. All right. Great talking with you too as well.
All right. Cheers.
Thank you.
How you get out?
Press one of the buttons. One of them will work.
SubhanAllah.
Oh, I thought he was going to talk for about 5 minutes more, and I was just waiting for a chance to say, just got to take a quick call and grab some food. And now I've lost DeAndre as well.
Mashallah, just looking at the time, I was like, wait, what? It's been 3.5 hours? SubhanAllah.
Yeah, maybe we should make more progress through the Sean Carroll video.
Like,
Oh, Daniel's
but,
back. Excellent.
yeah, DeAndre is back.
Assalamu
And
alaikum.
now, Walaikum
Wa alaikum
salam.
salam. So you mostly observed or listened to that conversation. Maybe you were eating or playing video games, or maybe you were taking notes. I don't know. What do you reckon?
What I was doing was I was doing something for school, so I was doing assignments
Oh,
early.
Okay, cool.
Yeah.
Any thoughts on that conversation?
Yeah, no, it was a good conversation. You know, I just let you do your thing, Akhi, because you know when it comes to the physics stuff, Allahumma barik, like you know, you know what you're talking about, man. I know these guys are in capable hands, so I'm just your fallacy robot. You know, I'm just here to like unmute when someone does logical fallacies or like.
Fallacy robot. DeAndre AI. DeAndre GPT.
Yes, DeAndre
Subhan-
GPT will be launching in a few days. Now it's fine.
Subhan. Oof. But you know, I think that was actually a very interesting conversation, and it's very rare that even if someone wants to contest your point, they contest it from a point of okay. And I think that answer caught him really off guard when you said because it's the truth. He's like, wait, what? That's what I judge by. Is that what he's judging by? I should pay attention to him. You know, subhanAllah. It was just, and I
Well,
hope.
it's the thing. Truth matters to him a lot. That's one of the reasons I like this guy. He's been on a couple of times before, I think. Yeah, because I remember we spoke about electrical engineering a lot and so on. This is the thing, though. Is I think there's a lot of stuff he doesn't know about the sort of the dirty underbelly of science. You know, of how it sort of really works under the hood. And I think if he were to see that, he would recognize in himself sometimes where it's like, hang on, yeah. In order to have that demonstrated, I have to already believe this. Oh, but that was demonstrated, right? And you go back and back and back. So I think I wanted to talk to him more. Maybe we'll do this next time on this. Like, how do you prove something to a baby? Like, you can't, basically. And then it has to at least have language. And, you know, what does this or that word mean? And what do these things mean? And that already sets up some kind of, you know, prejudiced in some way, you know, viewpoint. So, you know, the question is, how do you evaluate those? And now I'm talking to myself. Hello, stream people. Let's see if there's anyone in the comments. Is there anybody in the comments?
Well, you're talking to yourself?
Oh, now you're back. Yeah. SMK just say disappeared, and I thought I'd then have a look at the comments and see if there's anyone saying anything interesting. Hi, Grandma. Someone said at Islam Hakim. Are you gonna follow that up with? Kakdallah. If someone's asking how am I in transliterated Russian.
You speak Russian?
Not really. Like I started learning a bit. I've got books on Russian grammar and a whole bunch of dictionaries and a whole bunch of math books in Russian. I can read the script, but like I know random maths words better than I know like basic Russian words. It's a bit weird.
I know a grand total of one Russian word.
What's that?
Niet.
Niet. So you don't know da?
What?
Da?
The what?
Da?
The what?
It's the opposite of niet.
Oh, it is? Well, I guess I know a grand total of 2 Russian words.
All right. Good man. There we go.
Assalamu alaikum wa barakatuh. Niet.
Wa alaikum salam wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
Well, I think it was also like
No, Islam actually does know more than he claims. I have seen him try to explain some terms in mathematics. I was like, okay, subhanallah.
Alhamdulillah.
Yeah. How are you guys doing?
Alhamdulillah.
Not bad. Alhamdulillah. Getting tired. And I feel like we've made on the one hand, the stream's title has gone quite well in that we have gone through a lot of Sean Carroll's double standards. On the other hand, we only actually went through like the first 8 minutes of
Yeah, I've
his
seen that one.
1 hour video.
I've actually joined the stream about the time that when maybe a little bit before when we were speaking about the last part when you were speaking about the video. I joined the stream and I've seen the what was his name, MC something.
McIntyre, I think it was.
Yeah. And I have, and he was typing something about like that you are making a straw man because like it's the same or similar way as when people say I used to be a Christian and so on and so on. And I was like, actually, with this statement, you're making a straw man, like as if like generalizing like your experience you had and which was talked about as if you're speaking like the same in the same similar way. And I told him, hey, maybe you can come up and speak like for atheists, and he said, okay, not for atheists, but I'll come up. And alhamdulillah.
Yeah, alhamdulillah. No, it's good. He's been up before once or twice, I think. He's a good enough guy. I think I can see why maybe he might have assumed or thought that I was making a straw man of Sean Carroll and so on, because we have spoken a lot compared to the amount Sean spoke. But no, I mean, I've followed this guy's stuff for a long time, and he was he used to be one of my go-to people for arguments for atheism and stuff, so.
I mean, and this is the thing, like, I mean, he also said, like, during the discussion that he actually just joined and he didn't even see the whole stream. He thought that you spoke about this 7 or 8 minutes within this 2 hours. He was like, okay, you're commenting on his speech like 7-8 minutes, and for 2 hours, like, let him speak, like, but
yeah, but again, it might have just been that part that he joined in on. Like, if you catch just a part of the conversation, you see that and he goes, oh, hang on a minute, this, like, there's a way to understand what Sean Carroll just said that isn't as crazy as what he just said, so he's strawmanning him. So yeah, I can get that, I can see that, but no.
Yeah, I mean, I get what you're saying. Assalamu alaikum, SMK.
I
get what you're saying, but
oh, by the way, before I forget, it was Brother Faisal's call actually, and he was giving his salam to everyone.
MashaAllah.
Oh, when was that?
Right now, when I turned my camera off, it was my.
Yeah. Did he call you? Tell him I said wa alaikum salam.
Oh, let's see how much love he showed me in my WhatsApp. Oh, nothing.
None, brother.
Nothing. Well, now I know who the favorite is.
No.
This is the thing with the same country, like the same countrymen, let's say, quote unquote.
No. There's no nationalism here. There's no nationalism here whatsoever.
No, what I was on about. It seemed like when he came on, also when he was mostly actually when he was typing and his statement, like, you are speaking for 2 hours commenting on these 7 minutes of the stream. I mean, I get it that it was mostly maybe his assumption, probably. But this is the thing, like, as you also, like, mentioned some double standards of the guy in the video. Most of the people have such double standards or assumptions, presumptions, and so on, like 2 hours. I mean, it might have been like, that you have actually started watching the video like from 10 minutes ago. You weren't there. How do you know? Like,
Yeah.
Which is an interesting point, not to knock the guy, but to say, hang on a minute, careful with these standards of truth and verification that you have. If you, why do you believe something is true? Is it what's just apparent to you? What makes sense to you? Is it deeper than that? Because I mean, actually, of those 2 hours, the first bit was, all sorts of introductions and chatter and whatever before we even started the video, and a lot of sort of side quests and rabbit holes each time we pause it. So,
but alhamdulillah, at the end of it, he was nice, better than the most or many of the guests. So.
Oh
yeah, for sure. I think so.
Absolutely, without a doubt.
May Allah get him and his family.
I mean,
I mean.
So how's Russian taxi dawa going?
Russian taxi stuff.
Russian taxi dawa. Who are you
Russian
talking about?
taxi
Maybe you're mixing me with somebody. Okay.
Oh no, Russian. Well, Russian dawa going. How's Russian dawa going?
I actually don't do it in Russian at all. I because you know in Russia you have their own people and so on. So it's not really like for me, and because Russia is a bit different. Let's say it like that.
Just a bit.
It's completely different.
Fair enough.
Of all the services, security services, yeah.
Yeah, that's true. Although I thought they don't have concerns about you unless you have a big enough beard. Like,
okay, for the beard alone, you will even get something from the Muslims. So you know, just if you just appear in certain areas, they will call you Wahhabi just because you have a beard.
wow.
Not because it's long.
Wow.
No, you have a beard. So hey, you're Wahhabi. SMK would be like Wahhabi is the squared.
Wahhabi Pro Max. Wahhabi Pro Max.
So this is, for me, it was like I didn't even know what this term even meant. Like, but as soon as you say something like, okay, why are you maybe prostrating to the grave or anything, you know, which you find out why? I want to know. Now you're a Wahhabi. Yeah, strange people, you know.
Wow. Oh dear. Right. Do you reckon you two can chat for like a few minutes just while I get a break to
Sure.
do some
You
natural
needed
functions?
the break. You already mentioned that.
I was actually, because I've been up since Fajr, and now it's almost 2 a.m.
No, SMK. There is no sleep for you. You do not sleep.
No, so what I was saying is that maybe we could circle back around to this tomorrow, or day after, or if you want to go through a little bit more of this, because now my battery is starting to drain. And
let's cut it quote unquote short. And for an SMK stream, this is very short.
Exactly.
SMK hasn't streamed in almost 2 months, by the way. In English. By the way, in English.
In English, yeah. Caveat.
No, even in English. Yeah. By the way, brother Islam, you remember that I ran something by you?
Is that done on the Strait of Hormuz, or is that something else?
No. On WhatsApp, I ran something by you. Remember?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. So there was actually a meeting for that. I had kind of lined up as well.
Okay.
Because and like now my battery is just, oh my god, that conversation, and then you know when you talk, subhanallah, I need to put like 110% concentration because it's so important to track. I can't just tune in and out.
Sorry, I tried to make it simple as well.
No. I mean, because it's very fundamental, and if you don't understand the fundamentals of it, it's very easy to kind of get lost in the sauce, so to speak.
Oh,
and
yeah.
I think
I lose a lot of people in the sauce.
And I don't like getting lost in the sauce.
I mean,
especially when this one likes to call me Mr. Epistemology.
Mr. Epistemological grounding. No, but it's
he comes along with, you know, someone's having this allergic reaction. He's like, I've got my EpiPen. It's like my epistemology pen. I'm going to inject you with a proper foundation.
Yo, I thought you were going to be like, I got my EpiPen. It's going to cure me. What's your epistemic grounding for that? Do you have epistemics?
Which axioms are you using?
No, but actually, Islam, you know, and this is the thing that most people do not think about some things which you explain like in the daily life. They only when you mention something was, hey, actually that's true. And I never even thought about it, and it's a similar thing. That's why I am also joining the what SMK say, that sometimes you have to listen, and not just to you, because to many other people when they're talking, but especially about the grounding, the epistemology. This is the thing, the most important thing, but also the thing that is most neglected.
Yeah.
So that's why.
No, yeah, it's true. Alhamdulillah. And it actually comes back to what remember when SMK said about the 5 senses, and then I was like, I don't really like the 5 senses model.
Yeah.
And this actually comes back. This is again to do with my autism and why I've had to sort of think about everything in the world, in a sort of somewhat independent sense. Because I remember it practically traumatized me when I was this kid in primary school, and we learned about the 5 senses. And I was so confused. I was considered a bright student, I was generally good at stuff. But these are your 5 senses. I was like, am I going insane or what? Like, where do these other internal senses fit? Like, is it all under touch? Like, how does that work? What about the feeling of my heartbeat and what about hunger, and what about distress, and all these other kind of things? And I was like, I don't get this 5 senses model. I really don't. And I was like, and what about all this stuff on the skin? Like, really, when the sun warms up your skin, is that the same as when someone touches it? Or the same when it's on fire? Like, this does all this kind of stuff. And then I just felt like I was weird and things for ages. And obviously the teacher at primary school level isn't, going to actually give you any decent answers to this. It's just like, because for everyone else, they just seem to be like, yep, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yep, we've all got 5 senses. Like, that's just so obvious and straightforward, and we're all moving on. And I was like, what the fuck? This is so confusing. And then years later, I find that psychiatrists and psychologists have done a bunch of research, and they break things out into like 20 odd kind of basic senses. Like proprioception, I can feel like my movements and where my limbs are. Like, how's that? Like smell or touch? Like, it's just not. But yeah, it turns out there are lots of different senses. This is just like in one of those examples. I think this is why sometimes I think of it differently and ask stuff like that's actually really obvious, and that other people would probably ask as well. It's just I've had to think about a lot of things that it's quite obvious to other people. So I had to get the long way around. So sometimes it sounds like I'm clever, but it's actually because I'm really slow, and I went the long way around in the first place.
Hey, look, Brother Islam, just be grateful. When you're talking to Christians, you're going to hear more senses than just 20.
I'm sorry, lady.
Southern moist wind.
All right, bro.
The moist southern wind. Oh, by the way, we should invite Brother Islam for that stream, DeAndre. That stream is pending.
You have a stream called the Moist Southern Wind.
No.
Are you kidding?
No, okay, yeah. So let me just discuss this, right? So I want to do a no, I do not have a stream called that. They're referencing something very specific, and what I want to do is first, I want to do this on Islam Good Answers, by the way. So subscribe to Islam Good Answers. I want to do a presentation. It might actually be on Vanguard, actually, maybe, or maybe it might be in both. Who knows? But I have a presentation prepared. It's going to be on a very specific topic, and the topic is women in the early church. So what we're going to go through is, what do the church fathers and local early Christian synods say about women? What do they say about women? We have quotations from 6 early Christians from the 2nd to the 4th centuries, and 1 Thomas Aquinas, which is what they're referencing. Yeah, so they have very particular views on women, and we show the quotation, we show the reference, and this is something that came into my head because, as we all know, there's been this charge that has been leveled at Islam that says, oh, Islam is it's oppressive towards women. It doesn't actually give women their due. It demeans them, degrades them. There are ayats of the Quran, there are ahadith that do X, Y, and Z that show that women are oppressed and they're not equal and all that stuff. Of course we know that's not true, but I mean, obviously that's been refuted tons of times. So I wanted to kind of flip the script on them as I do to show them that their early church fathers did not actually believe the same things that they did about women and the status of women.
Yeah, I think there's definitely an interesting angle there. Is the early, or even just the stages through the church's development. You know, it's different views on women and how it correlated, particularly where it lagged versus them getting the vote, for example, and stuff like that.
Yeah. So
the references you put together.
I think for me, it's also really, really interesting to look at. I've got a book somewhere on, you know, postmodernist feminism and all this kind of stuff, and look at their like idealized society, even their idealized, and see if women are more or less oppressed than men in them.
Yeah, so that's the I really want to do it because it is well, one, because SMK wants to do an Urdu translation of it and present it there, but also because this is something that hasn't been like really discussed a lot. Like, this is a good way to, like, okay, I'm gonna answer the Islamic contentions, even though they've been answered a lot of times, but we're just gonna say, like, okay, these have been dealt with. Now what about your early church? You know, what do they say, or what do they have to say about this, right? So inshallah, it'll be soon. The brother just has to edit the presentation a bit, make it more visually appealing or whatever, and then we'll be able to present it soon, inshallah. So it's a really good. I would recommend if you guys want to know.
That's almost done, by the way.
Oh,
Actually,
really?
yeah, I'll shoot that. Yeah, I'll shoot that over to you as well.
Oh, okay, perfect. Then we can present it then whenever, and like I would be down to present this like on any days that I'm free, which is probably like around those days. So yeah, if you wanna,
we'll tie that up.
Yep.
But yeah, brother Sam, yeah, we'd love to have.
I'm sorry, I'm just seething in jealousy that you had bandwidth to work on a presentation and I didn't know. I got so many presentations I need to get you working on, man.
Oh my god, there's so many that I'm working on 5 presentations right now. Yeah, I'm working on. I've been working on the Enriz one. Then I'm working on a separate argument, the one that I shared with you.
Yeah.
I'm working on a presentation for that argument, and then I'm working on 2 other presentations because I did the one that I was telling you about Descartes, Bacon, and Machiavelli, and then I'm doing a part 2 to that one, and then I'm making a part 3 to that one.
Are you going to call that part of the stream "Is Bacon Halal"?
No. So you want to see the title slide that I actually made
Bacon
for that?
halal haram.
Wait, because I actually did it in Urdu. I didn't do it in English, by the way.
Oh, that's just not going to work.
So, but I'll show you the cover slide that I did for it.
If maybe just not to make the stream very big, and maybe that the brothers from DOS have to cut it up and so on. Maybe talk about it backstage or something.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. We can do that.
You are wise.
La. Sometimes some ideas come and go. So.
So yeah, okay.
Yeah, to be fair, none of this is on the topic of Sean Carroll's double standards. We'll have to wrap that up next time. Yeah,
I'm down for it. We can definitely.
Like I said, I was planning on just giving like a few timestamps that we're going to go through and talk about those sections, but literally, like, I sat down and took notes, and I stopped it like every 20 seconds and wrote like something that needs to be addressed. It was just, yeah.
I think we laid a good foundation because discussing the foundation of who Sean Carroll was and things like that, and in regards to the philosophy of science and his what do you call it? That word
double
keeps
standards.
His double standards, yes, and basically what his leanings are, what his what do you call them? Commitments are, his philosophical and his non, whatever his commitments are. I think it was very important. So next time we can just kind of like get straight into it, as opposed
Inshallah.
to Inshallah.
Yes, this is true.
So yeah, but I think it's actually really fascinating, especially for a figure like Sean Carroll, as opposed to say for someone like Dawkins.
Oh yeah, yeah. I mean, as much as I might have sounded like I'm knocking Sean Carroll, I've got immeasurably more respect for Sean Carroll than I do for Dawkins. Like, yeah.
And that was an interesting parallel we can bring up next time as well. And because when we were talking about it, remember I brought up the parallel of how what you were talking about with physics kind of parallels into evolution as well.
Yes, yeah.
So in the same way, when we were talking about Carroll, I was also thinking about Dawkins as well. So that's something we could kind of talk about next time as well, inshallah. But I've had a great time. Thank you for having me.
Thank you for hosting, actually.
Yeah, alhamdulillah.
This is actually the first Deconstructing Atheism panel I've hopped on, and it's been really, even though I haven't talked much, it's been really, really good to listen to you, Brother Islam, talk. So, listen to the conversations, listen to the videos. Yeah, inshallah, no problem.
Good. And AM, next time, jump on way earlier.
I don't know about that.
Yeah, all right, fair enough.
No, but inshallah, I'll drop you a line. Let's do it again. I've had a great time, and I think we need to do much more of these.
Nam. Yes.
Yep.
Well, we got to catch up on like 2 weeks at least of streams that we were supposed to do. We didn't catch up on.
Like, so how many things have we talked about that we should do a stream on this? We should do a stream on this.
Dude, I know. And in fact, I'm just after this, I'm going to send you a screenshot of the 6 topics I have lined up that I wanted to do as Sabur Ahmed. And if we don't find time, maybe we can do some of them. But
please,
you will be drooling.
Please send. I would love to. I have an amazing time streaming with you guys.
Yeah, let's do it.
Amazing time. So
and then you'll do the presentation for it, right?
I'll do the presentation for it. No worries. Inshallah. But yeah, inshallah, you guys. Next time, tune in. We will pick up where we left off regarding Carroll, and make dua for us, please. There's so much stuff we want to bring to you guys. Brother DeAndre has so much stuff. Brother Islam has so much stuff. I have so much stuff, and just make dua that we find the time to especially connect with each other, because I think when we connect, it just becomes all the more stronger, and we hope that we can continue to connect and bring you more stuff.
Nah.
DeAndre, are you going to take us out?
Yes. Alhamdulillah Rabbil Alameen. This was very informative. Despite us, not getting through 10 minutes of the lecture, it was still very informative because, we got to uncover the background of this. We got to talk about, a lot of the assumptions that atheists, when they attack, God in general, when they attack concepts of God, they kind of pre-assume Christian or classical theistic metaphysical accounts or metaphysical definitions of things. And, Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, his sifat that we derive from the Quran, explain and resolve all of these, all of these supposed contradictions, all of these, supposed arguments that prove, that God doesn't exist. Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala is very clear that He is high above what they attribute to Him. This is in Surah Al-Mu'minun, and He is high above who they associate with Him. This is in Surah Al-Nahl, chapter 16, verses 1-3. So we hope that you have enjoyed this Deconstructing Atheism stream. This is actually the first Deconstructing Atheism stream I was actually on. I haven't actually been on a lot of Deconstructing Atheism streams because I only shatter these guys on fine-tuning, and that's about it, other than pointing out how stupid LPE is. Regardless, I hope you have enjoyed, because I have also enjoyed. May Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala guide the brother that came on and his family. He seemed very, very sincere, very, very approachable. A rough contrast from some of the other guests that you may have had on other panels, other streams. So may Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala guide him to the haqq. And with that being said, guys, pray, make dua for your brothers and sisters. And Ramadan is a couple of weeks away. So may Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala allow us to see Ramadan in good health, and may He accept all of our salah, all of our fasting, all of our acts of ibadah, all of our reading the Quran, and may it be the best Ramadan for all of us. With that being said, guys, subscribe to Some Good Answers for this banger presentation. You're going to see what the early church fathers said about women, and it will blow your mind. That is a guarantee. So, with that being said, guys, we appreciate you for tuning in. سبحانك اللهم وبحمدك أشهد أن لا إله إلا أنت أستغفرك وأتوب إليك. السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. You guys take care, and we'll see you next time. إن شاء الله بركة تعالى.
وعليكم
وبركاته.
السلام.
السلام ورحمة الله وبركاته.